Hi there, and welcome to a typical tea relaxing long play. This week we're back to circles, planning a huge 1400 pop rundling. From the settlers' tents we casually grow this immense settlement before installing an enormous double-walled manor at its heart. If you want to jump past the initial survival stage of the playthrough, then check out the timestamps where you can jump to various stages of the settlement growth. If you like these tent to town videos, let me know by dropping a like and a comment. And if you'd like to see more, then consider subscribing. We're getting ever closer to that 1000 milestone, so thank you all so much for your support so far. Memberships are also now live, so if any of you want to directly support the channel to help me make more content, you can become a typical tea liegeling. And along with my eternal gratitude, you'll appear in the members reel at the end of the videos. Get early access to content and see behind the scenes update posts. Enough of that though, without further ado, grab a cup of tea, make yourself comfortable, and relax alongside me in Manor Lords. Here we have it then. Indeed, we shall grow to the large town settlement level, and hopefully as well get to maybe 1000 population size. But of course, the main large settlement is the goal. So, this is the space we have here. And right off the bat, we're going to get to drawing that circle. Now, it is going to mean losing the mushrooms, and it is going to mean losing the wild animals, or at least moving them over there. But that is what it is. We are going to need them for our initial food, probably the wild animals predominantly. So the first year or so might be a little bit difficult when it comes to food, but I'm sure we'll get through. We have the very rich resource here of the large stone deposit, so we'll be using that to build our keep later on in the centre of our new settlement. Indeed, that's the plan. So, we'll start off later. We're getting a start of settlement over here probably, because it's going to be hard to move straight into circle. Having said that, the edge of the circle, if it's close enough to this road, might just be able to move straight across, so we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Yes, so, first things first, we're going to draw a circle. Now, a different technique this time, as pointed out to me by a dear viewer, there's a slightly easier way to make a large circle. And you zoom all the way out, and you click with the roadie tool, and you use the spin button to spin your camera around without actually moving the camera, just spinning the camera. Like so. And that's going to enable us to draw a reasonably good circle. It's not going to be perfect, but it will be reasonably good. At least as good as, probably nearly as good anyway, as the really complicated method I showed you previously. So I'm going to click right up here by the road, and I'm going to rotate round using the G key. Yes. And see if we can't get a decent circle. Now I might need a few attempts at this, so do bear with me. And I'll just click as we go. Oh, looking good so far. Have I clicked too many times? Okay, so that's approximately what I'm trying to do, but it's not a big enough circle, and I've not started far enough to the right. So we'll start here this time, and we'll see if we can't get a slightly better circle. That's looking good. Oh, bother! Gone over the road. So I need to go more to the left, and come down slightly as well, to fill the space. So how about here? We'll try that. No, far too big. Actually, not far off. So that's good. I just need to be a little bit further. Oh gosh, I've pressed H. That's what we want to do. A little bit further to the right. Oh, that's not a road tool. Never mind. Right, let's start there. Nope. Bring the camera up slightly. It doesn't take much of a camera move to make a big difference. You can see that that's made it far too small almost instantly. So we'll delete that. Come to the right. Start there. Move down a tad. Oh, it's very close. Very close indeed. Just a little bit further across. Yes, 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 I know. You want me to build the road. Me too. Oh. Do you know what? That's not half bad, is it? But it is bothering me. It's not quite in the center of the space we have here. So if I just try not to move the camera, and I start here instead, and just a smidge further up and to the right. And, oh, just crossing over there, not quite enough. Maybe what I need to do actually is just smidge across like that with the pan tool. Is that going to take me just far enough away from that road? Oh, it looks good. Aha! Right. There's a bit of a weird crossover point here. but that always happens. And look at that. I'm pretty happy with that. We'll take that. And yep, it's not perfect here. There's a little julep there, little June. But you know what circle is perfect? I think that's going to be a plenty splendid enough circle, and it comes really nicely close to the main King's Road here and down here as well, which hopefully allows us to move straight into it. Now, I do need a bunch of concentric circles inside of this area, and we're going to be using our old friend, the corpse pit, to do that. And you can see how large this circle is just by looking at how small the corpse pit appears to be. This is going to take a while, because I'm going to do an entire, go all the way around the circle with corpse pits, all the way around. And then I'm going to, on the inside of that, just staying away from the snap points, I'm going to use those as a guide to build the next circle inside, which will be slightly less perfect again than the first one. And I'm going to do that a number of times until we start to get to the final dimension for the circle here we want in the middle for our eventual keep. And that is going to take me approximately 16 years and 23 cups of tea. So if you'll excuse me, I've got some corpse bits to build. Now that is a lot of corpse bits, and the game, it doesn't like it. It was not designed for this many. Now, we've not ended up with perfect circles, but you know what? I think that's pretty good. That's reasonably close. I think probably as close as we can expect to get in a game that's not really designed to have perfect shapes. So I'm going to go ahead now and spend the next 163 years and approximately 20,000 cups of tea deleting corpse bits. And after that, we've got some more roads to build. So I'll see you in a minute. Oh, finally. There's all the corpse bits deleted. That took a goodly long time, and my hand is in a lot of pain. But, you know, the things we do to make content. And to build beautiful cities, of course. So that's given us a lovely, gorgeous set of rings. Now, my thoughts are that the inner ring here, or the circle in the center, is going to be for our keep. It's going to be where we put our castle, our manor. This first ring here is going to be, I was planning on it being, you know, granaries, etc. And then having burgage plots fairly tightly packed in this ring. Connect these two rings together to make them into big farm plots for vegetables and trees. And then possibly another outer ring of small burgage plots, but I'm rethinking that now. That perhaps maybe this center ring here around the keep should be burgage plots. This ring here, the second ring, should be for our granaries and storehouses, etc. Because then it's not all in one place. It's spread out either with burgage plots either side, which might be a little bit better for traveling back and forth and for marketplaces. So everyone's not walking right into the center of our settlement to get what they need. And then making this ring here into burgage plots for, you know, foods and etc. You know, vegetables and trees and orchards and that sort of thing. I'm not sure what we're going to do with the outside ring. You know, we could even, I suppose, move our burgage plots with our farms to this double ring here, and then have dents, and then have granaries and dents again. Okay, we might go for that model, in which case what we need to do is delete this road, which feels horrible. We just spent ages building that road. So that leaves us with this shape here. And now we need to build some straight lines. Now, this is very much going to be a bit of a guesstimation as to where the exact center is. So we'll just draw a couple of lines, side to side and top to bottom, and see how it looks when we zoom out to see if we've got anywhere near. Oh, it's not far off, is it? Straight away. I think this middle line needs to move down a smidge. Something a little like that, perhaps. Yeah. I think that might be it. He's only gone and done it first try. Yeah, I could argue that this line in the centre needs to go to the right ever so slightly. It's not quite the tip here, is it? But it looks pretty much at 90 degrees to that middle line. So I think we might go with that. We also then need to draw another two lines going across like this. And we need to try and line that up so it goes across the center. Yep, like so. And then do the same here. How does that look? Okay, this one isn't quite right. We need to come across this way a little more. Something like that there, perhaps. Again, this isn't going to be perfect. It just needs to be good enough to look right proportionally to the eye. Needs to go a little further again, I think. So there. Cross over to there. Get rid of that one. Yeah. I think a smidge more. I think this is still smaller than this. So, bring that across. How's that? Yeah, I think that's probably as good as it's going to get. It does change a little bit, because that looks smaller than that, but then this looks smaller than that, so it's not the perfect centre is probably what's going on there. And as for this line across here, maybe a smidge this way. Ooh, this game saves. Delete that one. Yeah. Okay. Fairly happy with how that looks. And now these ones, I wasn't going to have them go all the way to the centre. I was going to have them terminate here, and then we just have the 4 gates into our settlement. You know, I think maybe having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 entrances to our keep might be a bit much. But looking at the scale, I'm wondering if it is. No, it probably is. So what we're going to do is, over these lines, we're just going to, roads I suppose, we're just going to copy over the top of them. Like so, but not going all the way to the centre, and then we'll delete the first road we built, and that'll leave us with these little outside roads. That's 3, and the last one here, just to help with ingress and egress through our Rundling settlement. And we'll delete those. Good. And that leaves us with the shape here, which is basically the shape we're going to base our settlement on. And I don't think it's too big per section. We could go and redraw some of these lines, like that one there, which is very bumpy. But I think we're probably going to leave it as it is, just because, I mean, this outer line, it goes all the way around. We'd have to rebuild the entire thing. And while it is possible, because we could do this, you know, build out to there, use that as a reference point, and then just build this section of road and curve it. But you know, you get straight lines at the end and stuff. I just don't think it's worth doing. Okay, now we need to connect up to the King's Road. So to do that, we're just going to follow on from these points here, where there is a road nearby. And we'll do the same with this one. And we just as well do the same here, making sure we stay parallel, overlapping that first line. Which goes directly to that shrine. And this one here. We won't do anything at the bottom, because there's no King's Roads at the bottom. Okay, so that gives us a number of connections to the outside world, as it were. And it's just about time we started thinking about doing some settling, I suppose. Now, a little bit concerned. Previously, when I may have tested this layout a little bit, something similar previously. And when I did that, the wild animal deposit jumped here. This time, it's there. And that's quite far away from our starting tents, isn't it? We're not going to be able to use that as a food source. I was quite careful not to build over the mushrooms. I don't think I've lost any of the bushes. So that's going to have to be our food source. But even that is a fair trek from where we're starting here. So I'm a little bit concerned about food for the first year. We may have to just get up and running with a small group of people fairly quickly, doing some mining of stone and selling it, so that we get a little bit of food income. So that, yeah. Little bit concerning. Okay, what I think we're going to do, I've just built this road going directly up here from the centre, and what we're going to do is use that as a starting little match for our settlement. And we're going to put a couple of random plots around here. It's just going to house our initial homeless villagers and give us a bit of space to plant some vegetables early on in small plots. And the main aim is going to be getting trading as soon as possible, because I don't think we're going to be able to get many of these mushrooms. We will get a gatherer down and try our best, but they've got a long way to walk. So this really here is a little proto-settlement that's going to be about survival. We're also going to... do we leave these roads with a cross point in the centre? Or do we have the manor dead centre? I wonder if we almost do another little circle. Can we get this so it's sat right in the middle? I'm getting sidetracked already here. Can we get it sat right in the center? It's hard to draw a circle. If I get this point dead center of the screen, how's that going to be? Down a little that way. Trying to see if the cursor stays more or less in a perfect circle. Not far off. Let's try drawing it around like this. Okay. If we don't join those points, how's that look? Dreadful. What if we just eyeball it? The old Mark 1 eyeball. Yeah, great. Good job. Good job, Typical T. It looks wonderful. Okay. Maybe we just use our good old friend the corpse bit. And we put 4 of them down. Let's turn off snapping for a moment. 2, 3, and 4. And then let's join up these roads here. Delete these. And connect these. How's that for a central area? That's quite nice, actually. I can't help but feel it should be round, given everything else that we've done here. Can we use that as a little guide? To build something more or less round? Yeah, I think we will do that. I have done that wrong though, because what I actually need to do is come just out past there, don't I? If we draw these lines crossing over at the center and use something of our old techniques, and then delete these roads and use these as our points. Little something like this. And well, it's not a perfect circle. Oh, I quite like that actually. Yeah, we're going to do that. That's more interesting. Okay, scrap that circle. That's going to be how we do it. And then we're going to do something similar to what we did previously. And we're just going to draw over these roads. And that's going to allow us to delete that center cross that we've got at the moment, which is getting in the way of where we eventually want to build our manor. And that is, of course, providing that our settlers do indeed survive the upcoming settlement, which is by no means guaranteed because I scared away all the food. We'll just have to see how it goes. Oh dear. Okay. Delete those. Oh, yes. I like that. Why don't I build a settlement with that shape? Oh dear. Typical's getting distracted by shapes again. I do apologise, everyone. I've just got a weakness for shapes. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, with that sidetrack out of the way, let's do some settling. Now, as I stated previously, this is a proto-settlement. I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get down a burgage plot. It's going to house 2 families, and it's going to give us somewhere we can grow vegetables, and somewhere we can start growing vegetables now. So I'm not overly concerned about the ergonomics of this burgage plot. It'd be nice if it had a nice, efficient shape, but realistically, which is not that, that's for sure. The main goal of this is just to get us some beets so that we can eat. And we'll just come across here. We want it small enough that we can afford the beets. That's definitely a consideration. We don't want the burgage plot to be too large for that reason. And I think we're just going to have to go with that there. We also then need to get down our second hitching post as soon as we possibly can to give us that faster building speed. And I think we're just going to pop this right here. And we're going to relocate this one as well. I should have bought the ox before I did that, but never mind. And we're going to need to get the food we do have safely tucked away as soon as we possibly can. So we'll build that there, and a storehouse as well. Let's get these as close to each other as we possibly can. And of course, those aren't going to be much use unless we can get some lumber. So then we'll use our remaining logs to build ourselves a logging camp. And we'll let our settlers get to work. Good, good. They're not having to walk too far. As soon as that hitching post is up, we'll order an ox for it. And we'll just have to hope for the best. Right, first off, yes, we do need to get some logs, actually. Some planks to actually put an extension on the rear. So we'll get people working there as quickly as we can once it's been built. Come on, come on, come on. Yep, good. Get 3 families working there right away. Get to work at the storehouse to put stuff away. And we'll unassign one of you actually, so we've got someone to go into the granary just as soon as that's built. And we're going to need to make some planks. So hopefully those logs will come in nice and quickly. Come along now, you've got people working there. Get in there. Get in there, man. Yes, yes, the family's hungry. That didn't take long, did it? That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, we're going to need to make some planks. We'll get that down. I imagine it's just because we're moving those starting resources. So temporarily the game's like, you've got nothing, what are you doing? But actually it's fine. Okay. Get that constructed. And then we do need to have a couple of timber sat around so that we've got some timber for the saw pit. So as soon as all of our goods have been moved inside, and it looks like all of our starting resources have been moved. Yeah, we're going to unassign the storehouse worker. And we're going to get them into the logging camp and speed time up. Hopefully that second ox is arriving shortly. Let's get a worker at the saw pit. And I'm not going to set limits just yet because we do need to get the planks for this extension as quickly as we possibly can. And it's only 2 that we need for that. Yep, and we're already there. So we'll build that vegetable garden as a matter of priority. And then we're going to set a timber reserve of 8 here for the time being. Next priority is going to be getting people moved inside. I don't want any migration yet. And that's because the more people we have, the more people and mouths we need to feed. Right. We don't have enough regional wealth for this size. We're just shy. So I think the next most important thing then is going to be getting a trade route established. So let's go down and go to... not industry, logistics. Go to logistics and build ourselves a trading post, which will need a few more logs. Come along, come along. No time to waste. There we go. Get that built. And then we're also going to want to get a woodcutter's lodge. Nice and sharpish as well. And we'll just wait for those resources to come in. And we'll probably sell firewood or planks to start with. One or the other. We've got a few planks, so that's an option. And we do need to get people moved out of tents as well, but that's not currently my priority. I'm not sure what we're going to be able to do here on food. Okay, we'll get that built. And I think we probably, although it's a bit of a far cry, we ought to try and get those mushrooms in. It's still April, so there's plenty of time to gather them. It's just the time it takes to actually go and get them that's the problem. So we'll build that on the main road there for the time being. And we don't need anyone working at that granary for the moment. We'll down the logging camp to 2 workers to free a few more up for construction. And we're going to need to get those additional houses built as well. So we'll come across here. And these are also going to be for food to start with as well. So we'll build them to a similar size that we have built that first one. But very quickly, let's go in here. So we get 1 for a plank export. What do we get for firewood? 1 as well. Charcoal is 2. And we would double our resource output. Although we have to have an entire supply chain of people to make charcoal. Oh dear, I've gone for charcoal. Alright, export. Everything over 5. We'll get a family working at the woodcutter's lodge. We'll build a charcoal kiln right away too. Get that positioned there. And we'll hold off on getting a trading post worker just for the minute, because we are going to need some charcoal to sell. Speed time along a little bit. And we're going to have the logging camp unemployed pretty soon, because we're going to need the workers elsewhere. But we do need to get enough logs together to get those initial burgage plots in place. So let's speed time along a little bit. And we needed, was it 6 or 8 to do what we wanted to do here? We needed 4 plots, didn't we? Yes. So we need 8 timber to do that. So we'll just wait for another 2 to come in. Doo-doo. Much concern about food. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Come on. I would like to build these, please. Thank you very much. Let's get a family working at the forester's hut. And we're going to unassign our families from the logging camp. And we need to get down our well. So we've got a water source. We're going to unassign our sawpit worker. And they're going to go and work at the charcoal kiln. And then we'll send our spare family to go and work at the trading post. Do we need a spare family? We're not doing any construction at the moment. So maybe we should send that family to go and work somewhere else. Possibly at the forager hut for the minute, but they may end up going and working at the trading post. So we've got 1 month of food. And let's see, we are gathering in mushrooms. So some mushrooms, even though they're having to walk a very long way, they are going out there and gathering. I wonder actually, for the time being, let's see if we can't get a more direct route for them. And build that right across there without destroying anything. Yep. So they've got a straight road they can walk all the way down to get to the mushrooms. And hopefully that will help a little bit with pathing and keep them happy. Of course, I have completely forgotten that we need someone to finish building these houses. So I'm going to unassign the woodcutter temporarily so they can go and finish the construction of those properties to get everyone out of their tents, because approval is low, low, low. As much as additional families would be useful to help with construction, reality of things is we can't afford to feed them. So I don't want to have any spare spaces for people to move in yet. When we do, and what we'll be able to do is add extensions to these buildings here. So we've got 10 regional wealth. Hopefully before long we'll start to get some money coming in so that we can get our vegetables planted. But what we can do in the interim is get down these vegetable gardens. We've got 75 charcoal, so we should be selling that with 60 there. And what are people doing as we upgrade? We have got someone trading at least, so hopefully we'll get money in nice and quickly. And oh, what was that? Oh, our money is in straight away. Right, okay, beets. And I think we're probably just going to stick with beets because it's cheap. Like so. And we've finished construction all the way along here. We'll just get 1 more of those set up. I would put a variety in, but we need quantity of regular food at the moment, not variety. So we're just going to go for beets because they're the cheapest thing to plant. I want to get a worker back in the woodcutter's lodge because we've run out of firewood pretty much to turn into charcoal. But to do that, I just need this family to finish construction here. And we'll get another beet planted there. And hopefully people get into their gardens and plant those up nice and quickly, because that's going to be our main food source. And I'm starting to think we might actually be able to do this. I certainly still don't want anyone else moving in before winter, though. That'll be an expansion for next year. The approval is starting to improve slightly as well. Improving. Yes, quite. And yeah, we're done with that. So let's get a family working at the woodcutter's lodge once again. And we need to think a little bit about what our upgrade is going to be. So we're going to be doing a lot of stone quarrying here. So it would probably make sense to go for Strasbourg masons. It's going to give us better stonemason station, reduced castle planner cost, and we are going to be building a castle later on, and improved stone gathering camp. Decreased labour speed for hunting and fishing. We're not going to be doing a lot of hunting and fishing, so that's not a problem. I think we'll go for that. It's also going to be our main source of income as well, selling dressed stone and rough stone as well for that matter. So being able to harvest it efficiently is going to be key. We've 3 months of food. Fuel is not a problem. And hopefully this is going to give us a recipe for a survivable winter. That's the hope at least. We've got the one family here trading. We'll just wait for a little more regional wealth to come in. Then we'll be able to buy some beets for this final burgage plot here. And I'm hoping that these small burgage plots are going to be enough to feed the settlement we have here. And after that, we're going to be expanding a little bit. We may do a little more expanding here. And then we'll be moving into this section here, where we'll have much larger burgage plots with the ability to build much larger vegetable gardens at the back. Because vegetable gardens are going to be our primary source of food in this region. So we'll wait for regional wealth to tick up. And I might make a few improvements, and then we'll come back to this, hopefully, when we're ready to start expanding. Okay, so it's September, and we're just about to harvest our last mushroom. And there it is. So we'll go ahead and assign those workers we've got at the forager's hut. We'll get someone working back at the charcoal kiln and at the trading post. Got a hitching post here ready for when we can get our hands on a horse. And yeah, we're all done with the foraging. We've got a family working at the granary distributing food sources. And we do indeed have some beets and food for 16 months. Yes, the old beet plan has worked, and I am very pleased about it. So with that in mind, I think we can probably get a family working at the logging camp, get a few lumber sat around, and then we can look to do some expansions on our existing living spaces when it comes to next year, as we pass through winter, and start to do a little bit of expanding. Once we've done that, hopefully pretty quickly we'll be able to move on to building some burgage plots down here in the first section of our Rundling settlement. That indeed is the plan. I'll keep bringing in some money through the trading post, and then we'll rejoin this little settlement when we've survived the winter and we're looking to expand. Alrighty, we're into March. We've made some decent progress. We have loads of food. Got 123 and counting beets as the early spring harvest comes in. We've brought in a fair bit of money as well, 200 regional wealth. We have 2 horses. We're exporting charcoal. It's going well. And it's about time to start thinking about mushrooms again, for one. And also expansion. So we need to free up a worker, and we're going to do that from the saw pit. We've got 20 timber and 48 planks. We're going to expand the living space on all of our existing burgage plots to give us the additional workers we need to fully flesh out our little ecosystem here by getting a saw pit up and running permanently, and the storehouse, and also some additional families to work at the forager's hut, now that we can have a little bit of monthly migration. With our spare income as well, we're going to order up another ox so that we have an additional one ready for when we start expanding into the circle proper. Eventually, this little area over here will probably be demolished, because I don't really want it spoiling the look of our main settlement, but there will still be a mining outpost over here, or a quarry outpost for our stone. Now obviously we are moving into this circle, which means that all these trees are going to be gone. We've deleted a large number already with our corpse pit Armageddon, so we're definitely going to need to be planting trees at a fairly quick pace as soon as we possibly can, and have the free labour to do so. Otherwise we're going to be running out of firewood later on pretty sharpish. We'll wait for a family or two to move in. We'll get the charcoal kiln back up and running, because I've nicked that family to go and do construction. So we'll get that family in there, and we've had another one move in. So they shortly will be going and working at the forager's hut. We'll get them working there right away. We just as well plant ourselves a herb garden here as well. We have the money. There's no families to do it, but shortly we'll have someone else moving into one of the 4 available expanded living spaces. And here we have beet row, putting down roots so that we have plenty of food come the next winter. And we've certainly got enough beets to carry us through, haven't we? 21 months of food at the moment, and the same on fuel. So we really have dodged that early bullet. I don't know what I was concerned about. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you all to worry. What were you all so worried about? Honestly, I was pretty chill about the whole thing. I don't know what you were thinking. With 13 timber. Let's have a look over here at what our first row of burgages is going to look like. So it's going to follow the inside here. Go right, there's an annoying little tumour there, isn't it? Oh well. Now, how many do we want here? I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So either 12 or 9. 9 gives us larger garden spaces out of the rear. So I'm definitely tempted to err towards 9. And how does that look on this side? Much nicer segment, this one, than that one over there. So 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They'll be quite a lot bigger than they will in those. But again, it's, you know, it is going to vary in size a little bit. They're not drastically different. And this is definitely going to be the ugliest area because of how the curve here and here do. And it's going to be the same all the way down. But I don't think it's going to spoil the overall look, especially once you're zoomed out far enough. But the headline is that we need 18 logs for that construction. So that's what we need to save up. And we're not far off, actually. We're at 17. And we'll only have the one family available for construction, but that's not a problem. We've got a bit of money, so let's order that another ox. That'll fill up our available stable space. And our industry is ticking along nicely. Exports are going well. Regional wealth is building up. That's going to give us the money we need to get our planting done here nice and early on. I just wish I could do that. Curve that through. Look how nice that would look. Just fix that blemish, wouldn't it? Problem is, by deleting, I'd have to rebuild this entire outer road. I suppose we could go over it. Do it in small increments. It would be possible. But it would be annoying. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Alright, I've just finished tracing over that entire external road. So if I delete that now, that's what we're left with. Now, it's still not perfect here, and I just traced the rest. This is the only part I tried to edit. I do think it is a significant improvement on what was there before. And snapping still seems to work, and it is a better shape. So I wonder if it's worth now seeing if I can do the same about the inner circle here. So that's going to mean tracing all of these smaller ones around here, which I'll go ahead and do, because they're not too bad. It's just where you start and end the circle over there where it seems to cause a bit of hullabaloo, as it were. Don't know what problems this is going to give me in terms of snapping settlements in later on. This may be something I live to regret when it comes to burgage plot placement. But so be it. If that's a problem later on, then that's a problem we'll have to face. When we come to it, we may need to rebuild some roads later down the line. So this up here, we start to run into the problem. So I think trace it through to there, and then I'd probably want to come a bit higher there. Something like that. And then coming off that, let's come straight across here. If you can. Maybe even to there, get it to curve round. What if I take 3 points? Start here, go there, and there. No, it doesn't like that. Can we delete this? Is that going to cause major problems? And guesstimate where it was? A little something like that, isn't it? Just a gentler curve around here. Don't want it to appear like it's too much of a straight line either. It's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, that fixes that. Delete. Ooh, that was the wrong road, wasn't it? Let's delete. I'm getting into manual road placement territory here, which I don't think bodes well for consistency. Oh gosh, that's terrible. That's just no good, Typical. What are you doing, messing with your circles? Okay. Overall, I'd say it's an improvement on how it was. Now we can get back to what we were doing, which was putting expansions here and letting people move in, wasn't it? Yes. Yes, quite. Right, 400 regional wealth. And look, we've got the timber we need. Slow time down a little bit. And see about getting our first burgages placed in here then. And for some reason it wants us to do it from this side. Fine. Whatever. Whatever, bro. And then we need to pretty sharpish, as in now, decide how many we wanted. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. I think we want 9 though. Gosh, it's going to be a lot of burgage plots in here, isn't there? I don't even know what the final population of this place is going to end up being. I don't know. The game's going to handle the final population size of this place. We'll have to wait and see. Boom! We've got that being constructed. We'll put those together slowly but surely over time. And then pretty quickly we'll need to start thinking about how we're going to feed everyone there. And when I say how we're going to feed them, I mean where the market stall's going to be. So I think the original plan was to have this first ring as our granaries and storehouses, but actually it's the outer ring that's producing the food, because that's going to be our vegetable plots and also our orchards. Which are 2 words I keep forgetting. And that means that really we want them to be fairly close to the granaries, because it's the granary workers that are going to have to go and get the vegetables from them to stock them. And if they have to be here and walk all the way out to this ring, that's going to waste time. So I think this is the ring where we're going to have our storehouses and granaries, and actually that makes life nice and easy now, because that's right next to where we've started. And then these 2 inner rings will be for denser arrangements of properties. And how many are we going to fit in each of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 potentially in that one. And what are we saying in this one here? It'll be slightly different. I don't really want them creeping up the side like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And that's not perfectly placed there. And then on the inner section, what do we get there? Oh dear. We get something that doesn't snap correctly. Uh-oh. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so. Okay. We'll cross that snapping bridge when we come to it. And already, construction is flying along over here. Money's coming in. People are settling. I'm pretty happy with this start. And we'll be able to start even buying in things like tools for repairs pretty early on as well. Which is nice. Usually we run out of those very early on. We've got a spare worker, so I'm actually going to assign them to the saw pit. And immediately unassign them, apparently. And I'm going to set a reserve of 18, actually, for the timber. Because we do need it for building those additional burgage plots. But let's go ahead and get down, firstly, a well. Which, well. I guess we'll put that there. Yeah, sorry about that. And then we'll get a granary and a storehouse down as well. Now, there is space for a double ring of these. And I've not decided whether we'll have any roads inside of these little areas. Because ideally, I suppose what we'd do is we'd put a road there. And then we would have another granary here. Oh, please tell me you fit. Oh, you do. Just not off goods. Yeah, that'd be perfect. So we may even subdivide this section here. But I'm not going to worry about that too much for the moment. We could even just have 2 completely separate lines supplying the inner and outer. And then let's get a marketplace down here as well. And actually, we are going to build this road. Where are we? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. So many decisions to be made. Well, if we're trying to stick to having, put it there for now, 3 worker families per either storehouse or granary, because there's only 3 carts available, so any more than that is inefficient, then we need 6 market stalls for every 2 of those we place. So what do we get if we just build a little small... maybe cross both sides. Yeah, let's turn... Ooh. No, too small. Let's turn off snapping with this, I think, probably. Can we get in here? I probably want a double row, while taking up as little space as we possibly can. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 more than we need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so let's reduce the size here just a tad. And it's fiddly, isn't it? Wish you could manually place food stores. I know you can, actually, once you're actually in this area. And we want approximately that many. You know what, maybe we just make it large enough for 2 sides. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, let's turn off snapping, go to there, there and there. That's a market store location. Okay. No one's moved in over there yet. That's fine. And have we filled these up? It looks like we have. And we've got 3 available workers. I'm actually going to send 2 to go and work at the forager's hut to make use of the mushrooms we have available, because food is food and I don't see any need to be wasting it. And it may also be a good idea to get that first forester's hut we talked about down, just to address the forestation problem we are definitely going to have at some stage. Now, each of these is going to be for vegetables, so let's get all of those extensions constructed now, so that we can start planting food as soon as people start moving into them. Lovely jubbly. We've got 2 unassigned families to do that work, and we should have people moving in at a fair rate of knots. As soon as they do move in, families like Yusa, I'm going to assign you to the local granary, and your next family that moves in here will go to the storehouse here to make sure that we've got local workers at those. And you can plant carrots. So we'll go carrot, carrot, cabbage, cabbage, beet, beet. Oh, we could go in 3s actually. Yeah, we'll go in 3s. 3 carrot, 3 cabbage, 3 beet will be the way we do things. And that'll give us plenty of access to food. We may even be able to sell food in the early game, but especially as we start on the outer ring, before working our way in some of the denser burgage plots. And actually thinking about it, we could have these burgage plots in here facing outwards, couldn't we? As opposed to inwards. That's something to consider. Then they're all kind of facing this, not industrial ring, but the market ring, I suppose is probably the best way of calling it. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot, the market ring. We've got the garden and orchard ring, the market ring, the artisan ring, and, well, I suppose probably the animal ring and the artisan ring. Not because the people there are animals, but, you know, they'll have goats and pigs, etc. And then you'll go in this way as well. If I can get you to snap. Do I have to start actually on that road? Yes. May have to stop shy of that corner. That's not the end of the world, if a little irritating. There maybe is a road replacement there to do that'll fix that. And then they have them backing onto the wall, which I quite like actually. I think we might do that. That's a nice little innovation, isn't it? You've moved in. Please plant some carrots. Both of you. And you haven't moved in, but you can still plant some carrots. And you are going to go and work at... You're not going to work there. You're going to go and work at the storehouse. And that's our first storehouse opening. All of these workers eventually may end up reassigned to doing things like quarrying stone. But we don't need to do that immediately at this juncture. They haven't got fuel access because we've only just opened a storehouse, and they won't have access to that over here on this side in any event. Meat, fishes and animal produce is also going to be something that takes a little while because we'll need our first set of dense burgage plots set up to do that. We've got 16 planks, so actually, would we be able to build this lot in here yet? We need 22 for that, which probably means adjusting sawpit for the moment. We'll just unassign that sawpit, and we'll just reassign them to the logging camp and wait until we have 22 timber, and then we'll build these burgage plots here. Hopefully all of these at the top will fill up first anyway, because they're our food production, but that allows us to start getting some goats, etc. ordered in, and pigs potentially as well, which is going to open up our creation of milk and animal produce and food as well, meats, and that will allow us to get upgrading to level 2. I'm not going to worry about expanding these to a second dwelling space just yet. There's no need to, and it may be that we never do, because there is going to be an oh my goodness amount of living space in this rundling. So I don't know that we're going to need those expansion spaces, especially if we do start to upgrade some of them to higher levels later on, which will of course depend entirely on how much we can import in terms of ale. And that's another matter, because I do want to get up to the large town settlement level, which is going to require level 4. And that probably means, or definitely means, building taverns. Now where are they going to go? Probably in the market ring. But I'm seeing already that the storehouses and granaries and marketplaces are going to take up a lot of space in the market ring. So we'll have to just look later and figure out if we've got space to do it. If we don't, then we may need to demolish some of the burgage plots in the denser rings to put the occasional tavern. And I wouldn't hate that, but it wouldn't be ideal either. Right, we've harvested all of those mushrooms. So the three of you can go and do work elsewhere that is more useful. And I am actually going to assign that first family over to the forester's hut so we start to get some trees planted. Not now, obviously, because we're moving to December, but they're there ready for next spring. Snow's coming down, and we have the timber we need to build these burgages. So let's fill this out here, and I think we will just pack these in as densely as we possibly can. And although it's not perfect circle, I quite like the irregularity. It matches our game nicely. It matches Manor Lords nicely. And I'm only saying that because I can't make a perfect circle, and it really annoys me. But it's okay. It's okay. Just plant a cabbage and forget about your problems. Yes, right. Order those seeds. And then the last three here will be beeties. And we've already run out of money. We are going to need to start adjusting the amount of charcoal we sell as more people move in. I imagine we're a little pushed on storehouse capacity, because then we're going quite a long way to go and get that cabbage at the moment. We seem to be okay on food though, and as soon as these farms in spring start yielding their carrots, we'll be even better again. And with plenty of unassigned families, the denser burgage plots are going up nice and quickly. We're going to reassign that family to the saw pit so we can start making the planks that we're going to need to put the chicken coops and the animal pens especially on the rear of those as and when that we can. I'm not going to worry too much, I don't think, about reforesting this area immediately. It may be once we've got some people living over here that we put a forest hut down here to reforest this area. We'll focus on up here for the time being. And it may be we need to put down some logging camps, etc. as well on the edges or the spars or each of these going out. And actually this would be a good place to put that. And that might not be a bad idea to build those now, because if nothing else, it'll give us some logging camp storage. So I'm going to build two directly opposite each other. We may even go for 4 here. And we'll also need, obviously, some production of firewood. So we might put these down here as well. We may even go as far as to section off this road here and turn it into a little industrial complex set off from the main settlement. And in here we'll also have our charcoal kilns as well to produce the charcoal we're selling and eventually to supply everyone with charcoal too. So we'll go ahead and get those down. And that road isn't very straight, is it? Let's go like so. And is that better? Yeah, a little bit. They're not perfect, actually. No, the snapping just isn't playing ball. Okay, so we'll get maybe... Oh, these are actually a different size to the logging camps. No, the logging camps just haven't been placed very efficiently. Right, let's delete that. Well, I would like it to be opposite, ideally. Although I am going to have to do it manually, it appears. Get that placed there. And we might go for 3 of these. And then we'll get some woodcutters' lodges down at the end here. Always so difficult to build these in winter. Can't see the outlines very well. And we'll get 3 of those here. We'll also need some storehouses, etc. here as well in time. But again, I'm not going to worry about that instantly. And it's at the right end that we are going to have some families that can go and work here fairly early on. But of course, none of this is sustainable without foresters' huts. So I think we'll place a couple of those, probably just on the main road here. Like so. And they'll take care of forestation over here, which is going to be our primary area, I think, for logging and firewood production, although we probably need to do some at each corner, so that we don't have to transport charcoal across the entire Rundling, because it is a large old Rundling, isn't it? And I imagine transporting stuff all the way across would not be an efficient use of anybody's time. Food 14, fuel 9. It may be we want to open up one of the charcoal production areas over here fairly soon. It might be worth waiting though until we've had a few more families move in. Let's get a second family working at this storehouse. And let's actually upgrade this storehouse as well. And that's given us a little highlight, a little push that we need to get our stone gathering camp down. So we'll pop that down just here. And we'll extend this road too. Once these are up and running, I may demolish these. We'll have to see how we go, or at least move our charcoal and timber industries over here. Which gives us another thing that we need to do actually, and that's set up some hitching posts over here. Because none of this is any use without having a few oxen to do the work. And actually there's a perfect space here where we couldn't build any more of those woodcutters' lodges. So, splendid, we'll get those in there, and then we might as well copy this on the other side. And with these upgraded to stables, that's going to give us a nice large capacity for oxen. Just connect that one up to the road and build a road across here. Good stuff. Okay, we might as well extend this road, or these roads, along here. I can't do that one. Actually, no, we'll leave it off. I quite like how it finishes here onto the King's Road before that triangle there, although what I might do is put in some more little shortcuts here. And yes, I'm essentially turning this into a British roundabout. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just cuts off a bit of transit time, doesn't it? Tis what it is. Granary and storehouse supplies seem fine. Down to 6 months, but it's on fuel. Food is actually ticked up nicely. Having a few more people move in along here. And we're going to want to get up to +2 monthly migration as soon as we possibly can. And that is going to mean fulfilling a few more needs of our peoples. Which brings us on to another thing that needs doing. It's endless, isn't it? These lists of things that typical T has to do. And that is building a church. Which we can't do without some stone, so we'll get gathering that. And where's the church going to go? Typical. Is it going to go inside of the keep? Well, that wouldn't be nice, wouldn't it? It would be nice to have a church inside of the keep, but in my experience, you put a church inside the keep and it promptly falls down, and then you can't repair it, which is rather irritating. That being said, it would be nice to have a keep on the grounds of the manor. And if we assign a family to work it, it may be that they can keep on top of the repairs. It might be something we do, at least initially, and we may then put a church on the outer ring somewhere. A little holy district over here or something. For the time being, I think we will build it in the centre. It's going to be a little while before we build our manor in any case. So I think we'll build it facing the manor onto this road here in one of these segments. Like that. I think that's good. Good stuff. And we've plenty of families to go and work on that. And oh, look at all these vegetables going in. Isn't that wonderful? Now, if this ends up not planted, I'll be most displeased. So please don't be a grope. Grope? What's a grope? I don't answer that. It's a trap. Oh dear. I'm a bit worried that these farm spaces are not being used very efficiently. It's one of the things with Manor Lords at the moment, but I don't see that there's much we can do about it. They are what they are. We're making fairly good use of the space. If the game won't plant anything in it, then we'll just have to live with it. At least we shouldn't have the same problem when we come to our orchards. They seem to take a little bit better use of the space. Okay, these are all going to be animal pens. So just as well spend some planks and get them constructed now. Yep. Skipping over that one there by accident. While we've got 7 unassigned families that can go and do that work. And actually it's May. We ought to have a few families, as I think about it, going and shrooming it up. Like Shroom style. Shroomtown style, as it were. Oh, and there's our church. Popping that one together nicely. Come along now. Nearly done. Currently in a lovely thicket, but that's not going to last. Good stuff. It's so pretty in there, actually. I'm getting little Red Riding Hood vibes in here. Anyway, enough about wolves and grandmothers. People are done moving in over here, so they're going to be moving into our small burgage plots before long. And I think it's time we opened up something over here. So let's, for starters, again, oxen ordered. It wouldn't be a bad start, would it? And transfer these, rather upgrade these, into stables. And get our first family working at the logging camp. And hopefully, yes, they live nice and nearby. Approval is up to 70%. And that's because we now have church access. They've got water, they've got vegetables, they've got a church, they've got fuel, and, you know, that's all a man needs, apart from meat, fish, or animal produce. And that, my friends, is what we're going to be addressing next. Now, because we've got this in segments, I think we will keep each segment to a specific purpose. And this segment is going to be for goats. Why goats instead of... did I plant the beets here? I didn't. That's why there's no beets in it. Never mind that aside. Why goats, you might be asking, you might not, but I'm going to tell you anyway. And that's because they produce milk, which is, of course, animal produce. So they do milk and meat, because eventually, when they're no longer milkable, they become meat. And it doesn't make as much of either, but it does make a split of the two. And before we have any fruits, animal produce is going to be one of those key components in getting upgraded past level 1 when we get to level 2 to level 3, because of this requirement here will double. So we will need to have meat and animal produce. Splendid stuff. So we've got our stone being brought in. Again, once we've got our logging established over here, which is starting to be now, we will deconstruct what we have over here. We've got a family working at that forester's hut, and we're going to go ahead and get a family working at that forester's hut, just to make sure we're sustainable for the future. We've still got 10 spaces for people to be moving in, and we've ordered up all of those goats. We're going to change our trading post policies, so I don't want to be exporting quite as much as we have been. We probably don't want to go below 50 at this point when it comes to charcoal, which is going to slow our income a little bit, but it is going to stabilize our fuel resources, because we are going to be using a lot more of that than we have been previously. Food is still absolutely fine though. I'm actually going to unassign these workers here, and I'm going to demolish them. Time has come. Same for this one here. And instead, we're going to open up production over here. And we'll get 2 families at the charcoal kiln, and 2 families working at the woodcutters' lodges. hopefully none of these chaps live over in that starting area. And instead they're all commuting from the Rundling, which it looks like they are. And that should leave us with some unassigned families up here. Yep. And they're going to start working on our stone economy. And actually, probably, we ought to have one of them working here. Yep, that's absolutely fine. And you, yeah, 2 unassigned families here, so that everyone here is pretty much assigned at the moment, but that's fine, we're going to have more people moving in. So, with those unassigned families, let's assign them. So, you're both going to go and work at the Stone Gatherers camp for the time being, to gather up as much of that surface deposit as we can before we get our quarries proper settled on the ground. Granary worker, stonecutter, and that's our unassigned family there. And then everyone else is trader and foragers, I assume. Yeah, and a forester. Okay. So a few of these workers here actually probably come from down here. And we've got tool problems. So now would be a good time to set an import on tools that's very expensive. Maybe what we should be doing instead is setting up an import for iron. Do we have any iron? I don't think we do we? No, salt and clay. Okay, so trade. And we'll go to iron ore. Gonna import it. And we probably want 10 at any given time. We're also going to open up trade. And we're going to be exporting dress stone. Buy that now while it's reasonably cheap. And we can start to think about what our little industrial complex over here is going to look like. So, probably we'll need some accommodation. Well, we definitely will, because I don't want everyone from the Rundling travelling all the way over here to work at the stonecutters camps. So we're going to need a settlement over here to house our local workforce. One thing I was considering was a small satellite settlement here that was actually round. A little something like that. To house all of our workforce, but I'm not sure it's necessary. And it might be a little bit overcomplicated. So instead, I'll leave these for a minute. Like I said, I might end up deleting them. But we can always put some burgage plots over here, potentially. I don't want them too close to the edge. In fact, all this is a little close to the edge as it is. So some of that will end up being moved off. I like this gap we've got here between our industry and our Rundling. That's really what we're going to be aiming for on the whole. Saw pits, right. We need to move our saw pits over as well. Getting awfully sidetracked. So let's put a number of these here. We'll go for 3, which is probably more than we're ever going to need, but hey ho. And we're going to unassign that anyway and demolish it. And this area here then may be a good place to put down a few other bits we're going to need. So that's going to be a bloomery to turn the iron ore we're buying into iron. And then a smithy to turn that into tools. Get both of those there. And a storehouse here. And you're going to be limited to storing charcoal and iron, I think, and iron ore. And we've got people moving in here. We're relocating this industry. Plenty of people gathering stone. And yeah, we're running into those money problems now, and that's because we've started importing the iron ore, I would imagine. Yeah, we've got 5 of it. Okay. I think it's probably time, if we demolish that, to build our, not stone gathering camps, our quarries. So how many of these can we fit? We may have to move these stables. Let's put them out over by here. And can we put a well in a better location as well? A well and a better well. Well, well, well. Oh my gosh, stop me. Somebody please. Put an end to my ramblings. Let's build a road there, and then demolish this one. And actually, let's get all of that moved out of the way before we start building our quarries down there. Still at +1 monthly. It's going to be that way for a while yet, until we take care of that meat or animal produce with down here. How are we doing in terms of capacity, granary and storehouse? We're looking absolutely fine. Let's get a worker at the bloomery. And we probably want maybe 50 slabs at any given time. And then we'll set someone up at the smithy. Oh, where do you live? Down here. Okay. Not the end of the world. And probably don't need more than 15 tools. Maybe 20 would be a safer bet. And this storehouse is going to be specialized. Firewood, charcoal, and tools, iron ore. Okay. You can have a worker as well. And down here, let's turn that granary into a large one. And we just need those supplies moved out of the way so we can get on with our quarries. Everything's going swimmingly so far. Oh, and we don't want you to have a food stall, sorry. A stall of any kind, actually. You're just going to store stuff, basically. And other people can go and distribute it, go and collect it. Just to keep these guys not too stressed and to keep things from sitting outside over here for too long. Bloomery botched already. Good grief, you've only just started making Iron Man. Not Iron Man, but Iron Man. Never mind. Everything's moved out of the way over here. So let's see about getting down that quarry. Or. Okay. So let's start in the center. One there. One there. And one there. And then how many can we get? Can we get 2 at the top? So one there. Can we get one here? Not quite. Okay. And then I assume the same is true down here. Yeah, okay. So and then we'll get that one there. There's just enough space for a road in there, which is ideal. And then we'll bring this around. Like so. Connect back to this road. Make sure they're all connected back. Splendid. And we might as well continue this road on here. Connect it like so. Because we are going to need our stone cutters as well, obviously. To dress the stone. Dressing stone. Lovely notion. What an eloquent way of saying it, isn't it? It's an idle, typical thought if ever I heard one. Okay, so that's that little industrial area beginning. Then we'll also go ahead straight away and build these guys, which actually we can probably fit nicely into these gaps. Just like so. And we'll get down a couple of those to start with. I'm sure that'll be enough for now. And then some of these unassigned families we're going to be assigning to work in those. But we'll wait for construction first. Fuel is at 5 months. Food is still not a problem, and I don't suspect it will be for a long time to come yet. Only 4 spaces left for people to move in, so we do need to start thinking about expansion. Got a decent amount of timber. And how are we doing on the charcoal and firewood front? We probably need another worker at the woodcutter's lodge. Oh, not you, sorry. They've actually already got 3. Okay, we'll get another one. And good, you all live down here. That's what I want to see. You are walking a long way, so it's no surprise we might need a few more up there, but I don't want them on the outside of the ring. I want that to remain fairly unadulterated, as it were. Oh, look at that. We've got people ready to upgrade to level 2. I will oblige, of course, immediately. And we'll upgrade all of them because they'll be bringing in a passive income once they reach level 2 with the taxation. Construction has finished there on that quarry. Oh dear, you're all terribly unwell. Sorry to hear about that. Now go and work in a big quarry. Look, it cheered them up. They're better. Okay, so they can go and start producing. And oh look, they're so happy. They're ready to upgrade to level 2. I'm just so good for people. Yes. Oh, and upgrades ready down here as well. As soon as upgrades are available, we'll be obliging. All of you as well. And we've still got a few minutes before we have to start worrying about those additional living spaces. Having said that, we are edging towards hopefully +2 monthly migration. But again, we're not there just yet. We also ought to start thinking about garments actually as well, and a little bit of farmy farm. But first we need a bit more regional wealth coming in, and that's going to be provided by the industry we're setting up over here. Oh, look at that! Medium village. Isn't that lovely? Well and truly on the way to that large town settlement, although given it's taking us quite some time to get to this point where we have filled this much of our rundling, I think you can see where this is going to go. Indeed, you know exactly how long this video is. I have no idea at the moment, so I'm just going to keep pressing on in denial and believe that I can get this recording finished. Now, if ever you had despair, right? Okay. Assign them to work there. Only 3 unassigned families at the moment, which is not going to be great for construction, but as always, we've got people moving in at a fairly steady pace. So let's get this construction finished. Okay, so we have got those next 9 burgage plots under construction. Not loads of unassigned families working on those at the moment, but they'll get there. I did consider putting in a few more than 9, but I think we'll just keep it the same as over here. And we'll probably try to do the same when we get to this one here. Oh, look at that. Muscle memory taking me straight to the corpse pit. There's no surprise there, is there? Typical does like a corpse pit. Sorry, did I stutter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's quite large there too, but oh, don't see that being a problem. Righty-ho then. You. Oh, good golly gosh. Granary is quite a struggling. Let us get an additional personage working there, and maybe perhaps a 3rd also, to see if we can't redress the balance. Why won't you click? Let me click. Menu, click. No. How bizarre. Tell me your secrets, marketplace. I can click on this one. You're just having a stroppy. Okay, well, according to this one, we're looking okay on granary supply. Where do you live? In the UK? Yes, that's fine. Alrighty. Just making sure none of you live over here or something silly like that. We're harvesting up all of the shrooms, so that's going well. Do we have anyone over here who is not assigned? No, it looks like you are all... Oh, 2! Good heavens. Okay, well, maybe it's time to increase the number of traders we have. And hopefully... Yes, you're both from that house there. Good stuff. Let's get another horsey. And we're going to need another stable for that purpose as well. Can't really build that there, can we? Okay, it's going to have to go here. Next to the new trees we've got being planted. Isn't that lovely? That's down to 1 unassigned family, who's definitely got their work cut out over here, haven't they? But I think they'll be fine. And we're continuing to press on with building new burgages. We've got 6 places for people to move into. Approval is up to 77%. Good shenanigans. How is the balance still? 1 rough stone. 19 dressed. And of course we've got trade on that. Desired surplus of 20. So soon we'll be exporting, and that's going to bring in a nice bit of cash money. Now, you all, you need thingy-bobs built, don't you? Yes. Vegetable gardens. Oh, good grief, we've run out of planks. We never employed someone to do that, did we? We moved the industry and never re-employed. Okay, do you still have the same limits? You do. And, good sir, where do you live? Over here. Could be worse. Actually, probably couldn't. Everywhere else is closer than where that guy lives. Oh well. We'll send him to work there, and we really are just waiting for a bit of migration now. So there's no point pressing ahead too far. Where are we going to be putting our sheeps? Probably out here somewhere, because we've got people moving in over here. So these burgage plots here may be able to supply us with a workforce. With that in mind, let's put together... Let's maybe continue this road on a little ways. Make sure it matches this one. And maybe we'll even tie it in with this one here. What would it look like on the map if we did that? Let's do a little experiment, shall we? We'll build that across there. And that across there. Oh yeah, I hate it. There's no need. There's no need. This will be our little sheep district. And so we will need to build a sheep farm. Yes. And we'll build maybe... Let's return to our favourite tool momentarily. Because that's going to give us a nice straight line here. Like so. Good stuff. Delete those. We don't want to build a corpse pit. Good grief. And then let's put in a couple of sheep farms on the flanks here. And then we will need a couple of weavers' workshops to go then on the return. When I say a couple, I of course mean 4. Because that's what a couple means, right? Right, guys? Guys? Right? Yes. They may need their own storehouse as well, actually. That would seem prudent. And we'll put those. I'll put one there for now. So that's the start of our sheep industry. We'll need a livestock trader as well, actually. Now I come to think of it. And you might as well also be located in the same locale. We're completely out of timber. That's no good, is it? We'll simply have to wait. Never was a fan of waiting for things, to be honest. Typical T likes things to be available when Typical T wants them. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like I have a choice. How long does it take to cut down a tree, guys? Thank you. Do we have more money? We do. Maybe this would be a good idea. Good time to buy ourselves an oxen. Another oxen. And as we get more people moving in, maybe this would be a good idea. Good time to... I was going to say buy another logging camp worker. We don't buy them, we hire them. That is an important HR distinction. Oh dear. And how are we doing for planks? We seem to have solved the plank issue for the time being. That conundrum has been conundred. So let's build ourselves a bunch more of the vegetable gardens in the growing ring, which will of course support the market ring. Talking of the market ring, you won't let me click on you, will you? We're definitely still struggling on the granary supply chain. So let's get a second granary placed down. Oh no. Oh no, you are good. It's just once again, we're lacking logs. Speed up time. Bring me my logs. I've sent an entire additional family to go and make the wood fall over. It should be available in its droves. In its droves. Why are you still red? Don't be like that. It's not polite. Granary. And can we squeeze another? Ooh, we can. Wonderful. We'll squeeze another storehouse in here as well, just as soon as the lumber becomes available. And then we may even go as far, in fact we might do it first, upgrade this to a stone well. Because we're just that classy. Yeah, we're going to be here for a long time, friends. Which I guess is what you want. I guess it's what I want as well. Let's not make a farce of this. I do rather enjoy playing Manor Lords. Yes. Oh, look, they're granarying. Very good. Yo, where my lumber? Lumber! It's almost like you live quite far away from where you work. Anyone could be forgiven for thinking you spend most of your time walking. But that's a sacrifice we must make for the Rundling. The most holy of settlement types. Okay. Well, at least we're selling our dress stone for a good profit. We're making money. And yes, it's definitely the lumber that's preventing us from upgrading as well. There we go. Let's build our storehouse here. And upgrade our granary as well. Can I click on you yet? No, you're still having a hissy fit. Okay, click on this one. You could do with an additional worker, but we've only got 2 free families. If I assign you, where would you live? That's fine. Okay, that'll have to do for a moment on the old granary supply front, and it does seem to have partly alleviated the problem that we're having. Gosh, 25 months of food, that's good, isn't it? There is upgrading to be done, but I think we probably ought to get on and plant some veggies. So once again, we're going to go for 3 orange sticks, 3 leafy green balls, and then 3 purple things. We need those to be built before we can do that, though. Okay, well, let's wait for some resources to come in. And once that's happened, we can move forwards. We have got 23 timber. We have got only 3 available living spaces left. So we are going to move in to the next area. And for that, we need burgage plots. We need snapping on. And we're just going to mimic what we did previously. Looks good to me. Boom! More building. And once we've got people moving into those, we'll be able to kickstart our textiles industry by getting some sheep in over here. And with those sheep, we can make beautiful wool. And with the beautiful wool, we can make beautiful yarn. And with the beautiful yarn, we can make beautiful clothes. So we are going to need, however, over here, some pastures. Now, pastures, I believe, and I don't know why this is the case, but you can have as large a pasture as you could possibly imagine. But that pasture will not hold more than 100 sheepies. Don't know why, it's just the way the game seems to work. So there is little point in having a pasture larger than that. For that reason, I'm not going to bother. And I think these pastures here should provide us with more than enough space for the time being for our sheep industry, textile industry. And like I said, we need some people to move in these new burgage plots over here in order to have a workforce for those, because everyone is getting very busy as soon as they move in. The most accursed thing. We've been increasing, in between, the number of people we have working at our logging camps to try and increase the amount of logs we're producing, and I've been periodically ordering in oxen as well. I could set up an automatic trade with a livestock trader, but that means having someone work there, and I'm lazy, so I don't mind doing it manually. Now, you might think, gosh, typical, that means you end up doing more work, and you might be right there. Perhaps I've got something to look at. But, you know, maybe I'm just lazy when it comes to planning ahead. And I don't mind the occasional micromanaging click. Now, and that's probably a prerequisite of liking this game, isn't it? Not minding the occasional micromanaging click. Okay, so we've still got burgage plots here that are not level 2. And it would seem to make sense to upgrade them while we have the material to do so. So we'll go through and upgrade as much as we can here. And that's the limit before we run out of resources. Really annoying I can't click on this marketplace. Let's keep checking back to this one. So the storehouse is becoming a little bit stretched now as well. It will definitely be worth building a storehouse and a granary over this side here as well. So let's go ahead and get a granary placed down. I'm going to do these manually on the off chance I can make slightly better use of the space than the auto snapping. Granary and a storehouse. And then we will squeeze in a market behind them. Just there. And it's a local water supply. We might as well get down a well there. 6 timber, so we can upgrade a few more of these burgages to level 2. Which of course provides us a passive income. To get to level 3, we're going to need garments, beverages, and meat/fish. The meat we should be able to take care of fairly easily. These are probably going to be dedicated to pigs here. And garments we're obviously going to start working on fairly soon, as we've been discussing. Beverages is another matter, probably something we're going to end up buying in. We are actually in a fertile region here, so we could potentially grow our own barley. There's a spot over here outside of the main settlement that would work. Also potentially here next to our stone camps. Here in between, but I don't like the idea of the fields touching the outside ring. This is probably more of the spot, so we could put some barley production over here. And again, that might be something we look to do later. It may be that that is an ancillary little settlement we have over here, specifically dedicated towards the production of malt. But I think it's too far to walk otherwise from the main settlement area all the way over to here. I think this is already far enough for settlers to be travelling. So everyone here will have their own jobs anyway for the most part, and there'll be an increasing number of artisans as well. So that would give us 2 small satellite settlements, one up here for the quarries and one over here for the farming. But upgrading to level 4 is not a bridge I'm looking to cross right now. One of the other main things we're trying to achieve here is filling up this entire Rundling with villagers. And eventually townlings? Villagers? Townlings? Huh. Anyway, and getting a large population, probably larger than I have in any other single region playing this game. And to do that, we need to build burgages and we need to get approval up to +2. And that is all going to take priority over getting people up to level 4 for the time being, or indeed level 3. So we'll just keep pushing ahead with that goal. Hopefully as soon as we get close, we'll tick over into +80, and that'll give us the +2 monthly migration. For the time being though, we're just going to have to wait patiently for people to move in. So, I will fill these properties up with people, and I'll come back to you when we're ready to start textile production. Ooh, exciting! Right, so I've ended trade on charcoal, because I want to be keeping that for ourselves, because obviously that has a cost in terms of deforestation to it, and we're making most of our money now anyway from the dressed stone, because the price of charcoal has gone down anyway. I've got a family working at the livestock trader and a family working at the sheep farm, and you can see we're starting to get a few sheep nicely in here as well. I don't imagine, no, we've got a little bit of wool, so pretty soon we'll be ready to assign a weaver. And in fact, why don't we do that now? And you live just over here, that's absolutely fine. We've also just built all the extensions on the rear here, and we're going to buy a whole butt ton, yes, 1 whole metric butt ton of pigs to live in here. Well, yeah, when I say live, they're a source of much deliciousness. So we've got them there. Granary and storehouse supply is okay for the moment. We've got a couple of workers in these here. We'll look to expand that a little bit, ready for the future actually. So let's get down another storehouse, another granary, and we'll put in a little road like we have done over there, like so, and then get the storehouse. Yeah, let's put the storehouse there and granary there. That looks a good use of space. We've upgraded the storehouse and granary we're not really using much here to large, ready for when they're required as well. And as per usual, we're just waiting for a few families to move in. We've got 73% likeness approval. Yes, we're very, very liked. We're not liked enough though. And as I said, we're just waiting on that weaver's workshop. So, we're going to need to, at some juncture, have somebody who is already level 2. So one of you dear fellows down here, switch over to a tailor's workshop. And that is going to start making us clothes. Now, it probably makes sense to have this one here be the tailor's workshop and a couple along here, because they're going to be the closest dense burgage plots to the production of our fabrics over here. So we're going to have to wait until you are ready to upgrade to level 2. Hopefully that won't take too long as people move in and the pigs start to do their thing. This storehouse over here, I don't know why it's got large stone. Dress stone, rather. So let's change what you're allowed to have. You're going to be primarily for our sheep industry. So yarn, clothes, and wool, wherever that is. Hello. There's a wool. So that's all you're going to be allowed to hold. Everything else needs to be stored down in the market ring. Upgrade these to large so they're ready. And we also need to turn off your market stall abilities there as well. Come along. Get to level 2, please. We need you to. Okay, 6 living spaces. Again, don't really want to be expanding these to +2. So let's start to think about our next expansion, and that's pretty much the outer 2 rings, or the outer 3 rings, I suppose, of this quarter constructed. The next question is, do I want to build these burgage plots in the inner ring, or do I want to move on to the next quarter? I'm quite tempted to fill these up, because then we really are tackling a quarter at a time. Having said that, I think we're going to go here. For the simple reason that this next quarter we're moving into here, the bottom right quarter, is going to be for our orchards, which is another important resource for happiness, because it's food variety. So let's see if we can't get something drawn along here to fill up this space. And once again, 3, 6, we're looking for 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll build those there. And those are going to be for our orchards. Still got 23 timber left over after doing that. Let's, in that case, go straight ahead and fill out the next quarter. We should have enough for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Build those there. Oh, it's exciting, isn't it? Such expansion. You can see it really, once you start filling out, it really starts to come together and look really quite pretty. And I love this little shape we've got in the middle here. With our church here and eventually our manor. And actually the manor is probably something we can start considering building. And actually upgrading the church as well wouldn't be a bad shout, because that in turn is going to help make people nice and happy. Let's set a limit on dress stone to 30 so that we've got enough left over to build the church. And it would make sense to have production of mortar. That's got me thinking. Perhaps we should be expanding our stone production, because at this rate we're only just making enough to sell, and with buying in sheep we're not making much profit. So that would mean having another small expansion over here in terms of living spaces, so that we can increase our industry. So these burgage plots are going to be as small as possible. And they're not going to have any... Are they not going to have any expansion on the back? No, they're not. I want them to spend all of their time working on their assigned industry. So let's extend this road across. And we'll extend that down a little bit as well. And let's see about getting some really small miners' huts, I suppose, set in here. Yeah, something a little like that. That's it, that's what I'm talking about. So we'll set those there. Construct them. Build a road immediately behind them. And we may go straight for a second row in behind there. We'll snap into this corner. Bring this up here. Once again. These literally just need to be big enough for our burgage plots. So not enough goods is our problem here. We've got 6 timber. Okay, well we know we're going to build some extra ones there, that's fine. In turn, we're definitely going to need a storehouse and granary to service them. And actually, maybe that can go on the back here. Storehouse and granary, and they may replace these two, because then we can start getting things moved away from this intersection with the main settlement area. We may also delete the end 2 burgage plots here, and that kind of keeps, or end 1 at least, move the trade post, and that keeps everything nicely settled up here out of the way. Let's get another well. We'll pop that down next to our storehouse there. And then looking back towards industry again, so we're going to need a lime kiln. And we're also going to get a clay furnace, because we might as well dig up the clay we've got here before we buy anything in. So we'll just pop down a temporary road to service that, as well as a temporary mine pit to get that out of the ground, because it's not a deep resource, so you're not going to be using it forever. And we'll upgrade both of these to large, get down a market area here as well to service this mining community. Oh, come along. And make you slightly larger than that. Okay, that looks good. And that's going to give us quite a few families, but probably not as many as we need, because we really do want to ramp this up, as well as producing those additional resources. Keep it as that for now. We may put another bunch of properties here, or even fill out that little bit of space there. Yeah, we could do that, couldn't we? Can we get 2 in here? Ooh, just space for 2. Oh, look at that. That's in the spirit of the old mining colony, isn't it? As densely packed in as we can possibly get them. Just like South Wales. Okay. Let's delete that road. Didn't go down very well. And this is all so that we can get pressing towards construction of a stone church and a manor, and also start selling more. Now, we've had lots of people moving in while we've been doing that. And they've been moving into this row over here. And getting on with breeding the lovely piggies, which is good. Could do with more woodland, and that's something else as well. I've popped down a couple of additional foresters' huts, and that's definitely something we could look to do over here, forest this space out. So let's get down a couple of foresters on this road here. And that's something else that as we get people moving in over here, we'll be assigning them to that task. Let's also get these orchards constructed, ready for when we have people moving in, so that we can buy them some seeds and get them growing. That's another reason to increase our industrial output when it comes to dressed stone, because we're going to need a lot of money to plant these up as orchards, because seeds for orchards are not cheap, especially for this size of burgage plot that we've got down here. Now, with 8 families, we're looking very good for food and for fuel. How are we doing in terms of making yarn? So we've got 102 yarn, actually. And we've got a number of hides as well. So leather is another thing we need to start looking into, because we've got all of those animals now as well. And we're still limited on wool, so there's no point getting any additional weavers working for the moment. We've still got our eye on this burgage plot for an upgrade, so we can make a clothier there. But perhaps we should also look into getting a tannery set up. We could have this in the market ring. Well, this is where all of the hides are, rather than moving it all the way out there. I think we've got space as well. I don't feel like we're going to run out. Usually I run out of space for granaries and storehouses, but I think we're going to have space in this particular build. I'll probably be proven wrong now later on, but in any case, let's get down a tannery. We'll put it here for the time being. Oh, and there we are. That upgrade is ready. So we'll pop these upgrades wherever we can. Once again, that helps with our financial income as much as anything else. And yeah, still a little shy on timber. Once we get all the way around to here, we'll probably set up a second similar setup to our logging over here, although there's going to be a lot less trees down here to log. So maybe it should be in this corner here. We'll just have to wait and see how that plays out, I suppose. Upgrade these as and when we can. Look at that, nearly all the way across the bottom here. And then we'll be assigning you to be a clothier. Why does it say 0 there? There's no one living there, that's why. That's why I can't upgrade it. Don't mind me. Right, so 100 per seed for apple, 171. Yeah, so definitely want to tick up on that regional wealth. Now, these were built after all these were built, so it's going to be quite some time before we get people moving in over here, but we have at least got everything ready for the industry. I do think this is not going to be enough, though, in terms of dwellings. So I'm tempted to, at this stage, before we do any further expansion elsewhere, get some more of these miners' huts built. So we'll put those down there. And we'll get some more across here as well. At the expense of some of our woodland area over here. Just make that nice and neat. Huh, it's an interesting shape, isn't it? Nice and neat. Maybe let's snap one further. Okay, and what do we need? We need 16 for that, so I think I'll just sit here and wait for those 16 logs to drop in. Although, yeah, it should be fine, because actually, although we need planks, they're not going to start making planks until we get to a surplus of 18 logs, so 16 is going to be absolutely fine. There we go. We'll build those there. May need more than one granary and storehouse to supply all of these families, but I think we will just play it by ear for the moment. And yeah, it is definitely planks that are holding us back for the moment, and that's probably true in regards to any further upgrades as well. Yes, it is, because we're doing pretty well for meat now. So we've got lots of vegetables, that's not a problem. We've got a little bit of pork on the market, and it looks like chevron has run out. We don't, we don't make a lot, and we have got a fairly large population already. And we don't have any milk either, so it would be good to get those orchards up and running for the animal produce / fruits requirement down here. So what's our population up to? We have got 154 people living here. We've got 78% approval, so we are really close to popping over into that +2 migration, which I think is at +80%. If I'm wrong, then I've been talking codswallop for a little while. But I think I'm right. Okay, we've got a family that's moved in here, so we need to get the first couple up and running. I think we'll do something similar to what we've done with the vegetables, in that we'll have apple, pear, quinces. So we'll get 3 apple in there, and... ooh, someone's cold, that's no good. Speaking of which, we've got 11 unassigned families. How are we doing? Yeah, we could do with some additional families working in the granaries and storehouses. Let's get 2 families working in each of those. Okay, let's go for 3 in that granary. We'll up this granary to 3 as well. It's gone some way to redressing the issue. May need another one here. Okay, that seems to have taken care of the issue for the time being. That's the thing about these large settlements. You need a lot of families working on your granaries and storehouses. Granaries especially. I mean, that's already 11 families out of however many we've got here. Now, 41 available living spaces is a lot. And, oh, 70. Oh, I thought that was 80% on the approval then. Oh, not quite. Okay. Tannery there is ready to go. Oh, goodness, we've completely forgotten, haven't we? Right, so we're level 2 down here at this burgage plot now. So we're going to reassign you to a tailor's workshop. I think we're actually going to do that to the end 2 burgages for the minute. Don't want to lose all of my families that we've got working at the moment. We need another market stall area here for too long as well. And we're back up there in terms of our planks and logs. How are we looking from above? Okay. I don't love this. That's not... I don't feel that's perfectly at 90 degrees. But I also don't hate it. It's mostly covered by stone ladder anyway. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. I mean, this really is our pride and joy, isn't it? Our central area. I don't feel like any of this particularly impinges on its beauty. Little satellite settlements. I think that's better than having that industry actually within the rings itself. Right, so we want to make sure that all of these are making woolen clothes, because we don't have any linen. Not at the moment, anyway. And that is indeed what you're doing. So hopefully we start to see some clothing pop up onto the market. We've got 100 yarn. And we're up to 44 sheep, which is good to see. I never know why it sometimes shows red and sometimes doesn't. sort of flits back and forth. I wonder if it's because they don't have enough workers for that number of sheep. Possibly. Let's get another family working here. They don't live too far away. Okay, that's fine. Just to make sure we have got enough. That leaves us with only 2 unassigned, but I don't think that's a problem because we have got lots of places for people to be moving in. Let's get all of these upgraded to level 2. Oh, and you at the end there, you've had someone move in. Hopefully our pork production will be picking up nicely. We'll need some chickens at some point as well. And also some more goats too. More of everything really. Oh, and taxation has started. So we're going to need to build ourselves a manor, or we're going to start being in debt. And we're going to have to start doing some taxing, which frustratingly is going to hit our approval, but hopefully the clothes overwhelm it. So let's go right ahead and save the game. And let's build our manor. So, manor. I was thinking essentially of putting our manor dead center of this circle here. Not a circle, is it? But dead center. And we will put the garrison tower. Do we have it right next to it, or do we split it off? I think we'll put it right next to it. Okay, so we'll put that there. And we'll put the garrison tower there. And do we need to move those slightly? Just to get them centered. It can look nice when you separate the tower. We could do that. But I feel like one central building is also a good look. Could we upgrade this straight away? No, it's the mortar we don't have. Gosh. No, we No, we have 7. Okay. Okay. Well, let's start with that in any event. And yeah, we'll start picking up on the other things later on. There's no point getting on working at this lime kiln until we have a local workforce available to us. And that's not going to happen until all of our lovely orchards are planted. So we've got 3 doing apple. That means the next 3 are going to be doing pears, which has nicely emptied our regional wealth. And then we will do 3 of the quinces as well. They're nice and cheap compared to the other fruits. So we'll get those in. No idea what that fruit's actually meant to be. I'm assuming it's some kind of apple. Could be completely wrong. We'll get these burgage plots upgraded as well. We might as well, as we have people moving into them. Once we have a few more families moved in, we'll get someone working at this tannery so that we can start to produce leather. It's going to be a little while before we can make boots, because making boots will require us to have level 3 burgage plots, and like I said, don't have any immediate plans to bring in any ale. Market stall is looking okay. Approval is okay. Let's take a look at our records. Yeah, definitely making a lot for our export there. And let's go over to commodities, clothes, past 30 days. So, yeah, we were making nothing, and we're up to 27, are we? Production, yeah, not massive. Consumption, pretty big. So the balance we've, been flitting between some and none, really. But we have 22 sat around. Are they not making their way out to the market? Why wouldn't they be making their way out to the market? Are they in the storehouse? Oh, they actually are. Well, hopefully they start to make their way out to families then, because that should really be helping our approval. Now, according to these guys, they haven't got any fuel. There's definitely plenty available. That's not going to be helping on approval. Does that mean we need perhaps some more storehouses? More storehouse workers, possibly? Because we are now getting them to supply clothes. Okay, we will assign an additional storehouse over here to help with supply. And we ought to once again start thinking about expanding our storehouse and granary supplies. So we'll get a storehouse and granary popped over here with the associated market stall area sat immediately behind them. It's fine. Put a road there. And we'll get a well over there. Pop that upgrade as soon as it's available. And progress indeed is being made. Now it's going to be quite some years before these orchards are producing for us, but once they are, that'll really rocket us up on approval. Oh, 80% plus 2 monthly migration. I don't know how long that's going to last. Hopefully our clothes supply chain can handle it. Ooh, we've got excess wool now, so perhaps we should get an additional family working at a weaver's shop. You're fairly local, that's good. Good stuff. So that's going to massively catapult our growth. It's going to double it, obviously. +1 to +2. It is, in fact, double, as I'm sure you wonderfully smart viewers figured out before I ever did. Manor. Wonderful. Hello, Manor. Lovely to see you. Now that we've got 80% approval, and it's really important, we're going to start upsetting people by taxing them. Which is really annoying, isn't it? Can we get 3%? No, that's -2. We'll go 2%. We've got 1% to lose. I'm not sure that's how that works. Hopefully that doesn't drop us down below the +2 monthly migration, but I don't want to go terribly in debt to the king. We are going to need to start making a lot more money, though, if we're going to keep up with those payments. But of course we can't until we get people moving in over here. So once again, we find ourselves in a bit of a waiting game, waiting for people to be moving in. We should probably get some additional oxen, although it doesn't look like we're really using everyone we've got. How are we doing on firewood and charcoal? We could probably do with another charcoal worker, because we've got loads of excess firewood. We might wait on that until we build the inner ring here, so we've got more workers who are more local than those who are moving in over here to the charcoal pits. So I think we'll go back to doing a bit of upgrading and waiting for people to move in. And once we've got a few more... Once we start to fill up these burgage spots and we've got people moving in over here, we'll come back and look at the next step of progress. Alrighty, I went and made a cup of tea, and the game has been running, and people have been moving in. Oh, what do you know? So many, in fact, that we need to really get on with planting over here, and probably with some workers here, because I imagine, yep, we're pretty stretched on granary and storehouse. So let's get 3 families at this storehouse and 3 families at this granary. We'll get both upgraded as well. It's gone some way to redressing the issue. And let's go ahead and get... we haven't even got orchards constructed in these. It's no good, is it? Let's get some orchards down. All the way through all 9 of this segment's burgage plots. And we'll come back to planting over there when we can. We've also, if we head over here, momentarily distracted by wool. Yep, all good. 107 clothes, that's nice. We've had a few people moving over here as well. So, let's set them to work. You're going to go and work at the lime kiln. And you are going to go and work... how are we going to do this? Let's demolish this storehouse and this granary. And then assign 6 families to work here. And that will probably include... you're the lime kiln worker. It'll probably include... yep, granary worker... granary worker... granary worker... warehouse worker... okay. So, with any luck, all of the workers at these burgage plots will be local to these or these burgages. Maybe one. You all local? No, you are all local. That's okay. Good. That's what we want to see. And that will allow the rest of these burgages, hopefully, to be freed up to work in industry as opposed to just supporting those working in industry. But we'll get rid of those there. Foresters Hut we may move as well. Relocate. We could probably put this, actually, in the ring here. Yeah, let's do that. Plop. Much closer to the source of mushrooms. Eventually these mushrooms will probably get built over. We can get rid of this ugly road now as well. So we'll lose mushrooms as a resource, but it doesn't overly worry me, to be honest. Got lots of timber, a number of planks as well, so that's good to see. And You are unassigned. So got our first unassigned family moved in over here. So you are going to go and work in this quarry. And we'll start to get more of these quarries up and running. So that's the N3 here that are currently unassigned. Yes, sorry about that. Let's go over here. And let's get some upgrades popping. Good stuff. Still okay on storehouse, etc. Right, and let's do some planting. So apple, apple, apple. And then pear, pear, pear. And finally, quince. 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 Oh, simply wonderful. Let's upgrade that to a stone well. And let's pop more burgage upgrades, because we can. Oop, requirements not met. Absolutely outrageous. But it's probably a good note to say you should probably build another storehouse and granary over here. So we've got a storehouse there. Wonderful. Granary fits in there. Becoming a little bit prototypical in layout. Sorry. Get those there. With a little road there as well. Splendid stuff. And we'll be expanding here next with our burgage plots. But of course, we still want people moving in over here. And oh heavens! We've dropped down below 80% approval, which is rather hurting our immigration. You, sir, are a quarryman, sir. And for the first time yet, we're producing more rough stone than we are able to turn into dressed stone. So the next worker, of course, will go and work at one of the stonemason stations. Resource supply is looking okay. This forester is intent about planting trees immediately around him and nowhere else at any cost. And this trading post is still a little close to the top, but we have started to spread things out. We will get rid of that. And maybe now is a good time to get rid of this burgage plot. And you can go and move in over here, as you indeed have done so. Good stuff. And let's get rid of this market stall as well. All of you should be set up in here anyway. And that stable, let's relocate it. Where are we going to put all this? It is exporting stone, so we don't want to move it too far away. So maybe this part of the King's Road would be a good place. If we build a road down from here, like so, how's that look? It's not too offensive. And then we'll build our new trading posts directly on this section of the King's Road. No, we won't. Changed my mind. We're going to continue this road along here. How does that look? Not too bad. And then this road, we're going to take straight up here. Not terrible, but let's straighten this road out. Like so. And continue this one on to join here. How's that? Not too shabby. This road isn't right though. Needs to go more to the left. Ha! It's not right. It needs to go left. Ha! 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 That's better. And then we're going to build our trading posts along here. 3 of them. And then we will be putting our stables next to it here to house all of the horses. Building the road there. And another handful of stables here. Good. And then we'll delete this stable in favour of moving everything over to this side. You are free, so you can go and start working at that stonemason station. We have a number of unassigned families over here, I believe. So I think that's probably a good opportunity to get some more foresters at work. So let's get another forester's hut. Let's pop it here. And let's get a second worker at this one. You should live relatively nearby. How are we doing over here? Look okay. Let's get a couple of families working locally at this storehouse and granary. And we're going to upgrade both of those to the large level as well. It would be nice to see, wouldn't it, where your unassigned families are. Because I don't know exactly where they live without actually going and physically looking. I'm guessing it's these guys over here. Yeah, it is primarily. And they live quite far from industry, which is a problem. But it's not a problem I'm going to bother with right now. Ah, okay, so we never reassigned people to this forager's hut. Goodness, you live close, that's handy. Let's get to... Where do you live? Ah, also handy, locally. And we'll get herbs there as well, because why not? And it would be nice to get back above that approval rating. You all signed it. I signed you, didn't I? Yes, a stonemason station. What are we lacking? Animal produce and fruits. Well, fruits is on the way, so I suppose that will be taken care of. And we're going to add some more dense burgage plots, which is going to help out with that side of things as well. So let's not worry about it too much, and instead go ahead and upgrade all of our quarrymen's huts to be level 2, so we can have a nice quarryman row. Splendid. I do quite like how this part of the settlement wraps itself nicely around the production of stone. I would like them, however, to fix these clipping issues when you put the quarries as close together as you do. The game allows you to put them that close together, which I'm glad it does. It should look good. Right, so let's unassign these 3 families and reassign them here. And we're also going to unassign the livestock and demolish the post. And we'll reassign the livestock over here. And you should all be lovely locals. Yep, looks like you are, so that's good. And there we have it. We've nicely separated this little satellite settlement from the main Rundling, which is coming together nicely, I must say. We haven't touched the wild animals, and I don't know that we ever will. They're a bit far away, to be honest. Ah, talking of jobs people could do, we can get people working at this tannery, can't we? We'll just get the one for now, but we have got a fair backlog of 217 hides, and actually we've got 115 wool, so yarn production is starting to need to pick up. So let's get 2 more families working at 2 of the weavers' huts. Weavers' huts is potentially something we could move to in the market ring, but I'm only going to start moving industry inside of the market ring when I am happy that we've got enough space in there after we've filled it up with granaries and storehouses. Because although we're only using a little bit of space per one of these at the moment, by the time we get these upgraded and more burgage plots in the inner ring, we're really going to start taxing them. And we're going to need more and more and more, and I don't want to run out of space because we've filled it up with industry. And the storehouse capacity is still something that is struggling a little bit. So over here, why don't we get another family at this storehouse, or maybe even this one over here. Nope, you're already at 3. We'll get one there. See if that doesn't make some of a difference. And this storehouse actually probably is doing the heavy lifting when it comes to stone, so we may need a second one over here. We'll get that one upgraded, and hopefully we'll get back above that 80% soon, and we'll see the rest of these burgage plots being filled up, so we can really start making all that money to, for 1, pay the king, and for 2, make sure we've got what we need for planting and buying. Now, with 11 burgage plots left over there to be moved into, is that going to be enough for everything we want to do over here? Planting and forestation stone-wise. Probably not, because that's only 11 jobs, and we've got 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, like 20 we want to fill over here. And we haven't got anyone working at the mining pit either yet. So I think we are going to need to expand this over here. So I'm going to bring... Let's make this a little bit more interesting. Let's bring the road across here. And then cut this back in like so. in this space here, we'll get down a granary, a storehouse, as well as another market area, which we can make a nice interesting shape actually. Turn off snapping there. Build that like so. Get another source of water in there as well. And then let's build a whole bunch of burgages. Again, as small as we possibly can. And put them across here. Always surprises me just how small we can make them, because we're usually making sure we've got space for additional things on them. Why is that so spread out? I think we might have a bit of a slope issue. We might have to come in slightly off the end there. Get too close to the water. And wonder why it's doing that. Bizarre. Okay, well I need to go a bit further out apparently. Well, if that was the issue, can we start slightly further along here? Because I feel like we're not making best use of that space. It's a little better, but I feel they could be closer together. Let's take it further out again, see how far we can stretch this to get as densely populated as we can. Still not quite doing it. Okay, right, well we might have to settle for that. I mean, that is pretty close, isn't it? Okay, whoop. Goodness. Didn't know that button existed. Let's upgrade these as well. And we may well need another one, because it's going to be quite a lot of people living in here. We'll have to just see how we go. We have got space for more. Let's put a road behind these as well. Maybe on that road we have another line of properties, or indeed we put a granary and storehouse, and oh, look at that. We can just get a road round the outside corner there as well. Good stuff, and I imagine, yeah, that looks quite nice up there as well, actually. Trade seems to be going just fine. It's probably time we started ordering in additional horses. Let's get all of these upgraded to stables so we have space to house them when they start arriving as well. How are we doing on the sheep front? Gosh, okay, we've got about 120 sheep. Probably need to think about an additional couple of sheep farm workers. You definitely live too far away. Unassign you. Is there anyone over here who is available? Warehouse worker, granary, warehouse, unassigned. You are going to go and work all the way over here at that sheep farm. Terribly sorry. Maybe that's what we need to address. Let's fill out this area here then with our next lot of dense burgage. That looks good. Bada bing, bada boom. Get that built. And that will provide us with more workers for this industrial area, just as we do for this industrial area over here. Talking of industrial areas, how are we doing for food and fuel? Fuel is still absolutely fine, although we could do with that additional worker at the charcoal kiln we discussed earlier. Money's coming in nicely. We're up to 83% approval. Plus 2 monthly migration, which is just wonderful. Population-wise, we've got 257 families. I don't think we're going to struggle to get 1,000 families here, are we? That's going to be easily achieved. I do foresee getting the level 4 being a pain, just because the consumption of a city this large is going to be massive, and it's definitely going to be a city rather than a town. I know we're going for a large town settlement level, but I don't feel that really is going to do justice to the size of what we're building here. And we haven't really considered the castle planner either. But, you know, over time we are going to start building up the resources we need to build a rather gorgeous walled city. We're not going to wall around the whole thing, we're just going to put the wall inside of this circle here. Maybe we'll do that one day on another build, but that would take probably about 15 in-game years, I imagine. And I don't know if the game could handle it by the time we've got as many citizens we have living here as we would do. And inevitably things would break. Maybe one day. We'll have to wait and see. Winter is settling in once more. Do we have fruit starting to come in? We do. We've had some fruit for the winter. So the first over here starting to provide some fruit after their plantations. That's nice to see. And, you know, we've got all that to come down there as well. Look at that. Yet more burgage plots going in. This is certainly turning into a nicely planned settlement, and I'm going to be honest with you, this is running a lot smoother than I anticipated. Not in terms of how the game's running, they have improved that recently, which is nice to see, but I was expecting this to be an inefficient mess already. And actually, it's looking okay. It's functioning at the moment. I know we're only a fraction of the way towards what we're aiming for, but I do find it a positive sign that what we're trying to do might actually be possible. Over here, I'm going to assign these families. Cold? Why are you cold? Don't be cold. You should have plenty of charcoal and clothes here, look. In fact, got so many clothes we can probably start thinking about selling them. You're going to work at the stonemason station here. How are we doing? We've got 57 rough stone, so yeah, we do need a few extra workers at the stonemason station. And then your neighbour will also go and work at one. Then your neighbour will go and work in a quarry. And your neighbour, sorry, your neighbour, not you, is going to go and start extracting some clay so that we can turn it into some lovely tiles. How are we doing? Okay, we've got 4 horses here now. We'll order in another one for next door. And the next family that move in, as we wait for that to happen, with +2 monthly migration, it shouldn't be too far. Does it get to +3 if you get happy enough? I have no idea. It'd be interesting to see. That might be what that other green bar is. The really green bar at the end there. Once we move in here, I think we'll get... Oh, we've got people up here paying a lot of attention. Right, so you're a trader. You're unassigned. Right, so you're going to go and be the 4th worker in this trading post. You're unassigned. You're going to go and work in that quarry. You're unassigned. You can go and work in that storehouse. And so can you. Because there does seem to be a bit of a storehouse stretch at the moment. And... Okay. Oh, you're unassigned. You are going to go and work at that granary. Oh, good stuff. Like what I'm seeing. Probably should get some more oxen at some point, but to be honest, there's some sat around here not doing anything. So I'm guessing that means we have enough. Some nice forestation going over there. A bit of concerning deforestation over there. We definitely need to address that, but until we get more people on the inner ringer here, that's not going to happen. What are we doing resource-wise? We've got plenty of planks and stuff. So these here, what are these going to be? Well, I think given the lack of milk, we could go for more animal pens, but we could also go for chickens. We don't have any chickens yet. Let's make all of these chickens. We can always turn them into something else later, but that is going to give us, hopefully, a reasonable production of eggs, which in turn should take a little bit of the pressure of milk production off, because it's another one of those animal produces that people buy. And I guess if you have milk, you don't necessarily have eggs as well, is my assumption there. How that would work, but there we are. Could do with a few more granary and storehouse workers, but I think we'll just have to wait for people to move in. We're working a bit on industry at the moment. 50 rough stone and 50 dressed stone. We've got lots of mortar. There's no reason to cap that really. So we'll just keep making it. And we should be now bringing in some clay. Yeah, we've got 12. So there's no point in assigning anyone to the furnace just yet. That will come in time. Got that one there. Never really looked at the lime kiln in detail. It's quite a pretty little building actually, isn't it? Gosh, mixing for all they're worth there. Good job. We may be able to build the central castle here before we're even done with the rest of the settlement. Well, that would be a nice crowning feature to do at the end, I suppose. We'll just have to wait and see. Well, we're at +2 monthly migration. Food and fuel do not look to be any sort of a problem in the near future. So I think I will come back to you once all of these families, or nearly all these families, have moved into the chicken coops, and we've got the production up here fully up and running, and then we'll look to do some more building. People have been moving in. We've nearly filled up these chicken row. Chicken street is nearly complete. Oh, that's a nice bit of wordplay. And over here, everyone's moved in. We have massively cranked out the output when it comes to our stone production. And in fact, we are now up to... Well, we're still using all of our rough stone, but we're up to 230 on the dressed stone. Have we actually finished mining out this? We have. So let's unassign him. Get rid of that. Destroy that road. complete this corner where it's now broken. Order an ox because we can. Although that probably should have been a horse. And assign that extra lad to work in one of the quarries. We've got 2 available living spaces, so a priority right now is to go ahead and fill out our next section, which is here. So let's fill that out and build that right away. We've got all of these as well that are ready to be upgraded, so we'll get those upgrading shortly. And when it comes to woolen clothes, we've got loads of clothes, 570 clothes. And we've actually got an excess of wool and of yarn. So with some of those workers that have now moved into Chicken Lane, we're going to first assign a worker to work at this storehouse. And then we're going to get another worker at the sheep farm. And then we're going to get another 2 workers, maybe even 4 workers, to work at the weavers' workshops, so we can start producing more yarn. Let's also get a family working at this forester's hut and set him up to reforest the world over here. And we also then need a few extra families making as tailor's shops. So I think that's going to be another 2 that were doing pig. So we will transfer those over. And we'll need to make sure then that we have enough families working on our granary and storehouses, and that is something we're going to need to expand, but primarily over here as we open up more burgage plots. Let's get down another granary and storehouse. We'll do that over here. That fits in nicely there. Is that a stone well? It is indeed. It's good. And then we might as well upgrade all of these burgage plots. So we'll go through and... Ooh, looks like the supplies are popping in and out for whether or not they're ready to upgrade. So we'll just catch all of the ones that we can. Splendid stuff, looking absolutely fantastic. I like what I'm seeing. Now, with the next bunch of peoples that we're putting down, how did we do on those hides in the end? We've used them all up. We made loads of leather. Well, that's grand. So we could put some more... Yeah, how are we doing food-wise? Right. I think we've got a meat shortage. So I think what we will do is we'll go for another full row of pigs, especially as we've just taken another 2 pig producers out to change them over to yarn, clothes production from yarn. So I think these here, we're going to put animal pens on and they're going to be pigs, and look at that. We're starting to get these gorgeous orchards grow. The trees are getting larger. I imagine that's doing loads for us. Yeah, we've got a few fruits sat around. I guess we haven't quite reached harvest yet. It's May. So I really love how these large orchards look. Good stuff. Right, as these are completed, let's go through and make sure that they're ready for animal pens. Oh, goodness! We're out of planks. Who would have thought it? Is it time to add some dwellings over directly in this production area? Because it's going to be a while before we build these guys here. Decisions. Yes, I think it's probably a good idea. We don't need many. I wonder if we can just build a road across here. Just slightly off. There we go. Because actually they can work at these foresters' huts as well. Maybe we could put them along the King's Road. No, let's not. We could, though, build this road out across here. Ooh, or we curve like that. That's quite nice. And then put burgage plots along there. How would that look? Ooh, would look gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. That being said, I don't like the way it looks at the back. So what if we make this a much subtler curve? That's too subtle. A bit more like that there. And these might as well, I think, have extensions out the back. So we'll go up as much as we need to make that happen, basically. Like that. Good stuff. And yeah, I think we'll build that there. And that is a lot of burgage plots over here. So that's more than putting a small amount into this industrial area, but I think we're going to need it. We're going to need to really get on with the forestation over here. We're going to need a lot of firewood going forwards. And having people that live nearby is certainly going to be a help with regards to that. So then let's tie in a couple of roads here. That's too much. Back to this central area. Little something like that. Not quite. Maybe like this, back the other way. Okay. Yeah, busy little intersection. We're definitely going to need probably a couple of granaries and storehouses here. So we'll put 2 granaries down. And 2 storehouses. And then we'll fill out some of this middle area here. Gosh, that's a lot. Some of this middle area, I said. With food stalls. Yeah, little something like that. It's too many. Just this front edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need more than that, actually. Okay, yeah, we'll snap down to there, whatever. We'll then need some water. Looks like the nearest is going to be there. We'll have to make that a stone well. And these can all be either a combustion, yes, they can be a combustion. It can be good English. It can be a combination of different outputs. What else are they going to need? Well, they're going to want large granaries and storehouses, so we'll upgrade those right away. And yeah, they'll work here and in the reforestation sector as well. I don't think they need anything else, do they? It's quite a pretty street. Second best place to live. So you've got the quarry quadrant, and you've got the forestation and agricultural quadrant. Just forestation, I guess. Then you've got the agriculture quadrant, where you have the sheep, and then you have the market ring. And you've got the animals in this ring, and you've got the... Oh, it's just lovely. It's just lovely. I do rather like how this is coming along. Very nice indeed. Now, are we finished up filling up these new chucks down here? No, but we're halfway through, because we're at +2 monthly migration. Now, I'd imagine we're running a little bit low on supply for the granaries and the storehouses down here, so let's go ahead and get 3 workers in this granary and 3 workers in this storehouse. Then we'll go and upgrade those and see how that's affected things. It has made an improvement, but it's not fixed things entirely, so we will need to get a couple more down. I apologise, I don't know what's come over me. I do actually, I've just had lunch, and it's affecting me in mysterious ways, whoa. As you can probably tell. Okay. It just suddenly occurs to me, maybe having a well on either side might help. Also, do people have to physically visit the well anymore? The will? The well. The well, the will, the wishing well? The willing wish? Something like that, anyway. Right, I suppose you all work in the granaries and stuff now, you do. Splendid. That's what you like to see and all that. Jolly good. And I suppose you all want things in your gardens then. Have we got planks these days? We're 62 planks? That's not bad, is it? Right. Let's get you some animal pens. Reminds me of a chap I met once while I was herding some cows. True story. Right, let's put some animal pens on the rear of all of these. Fantastic. And how are we doing on the forestry area? Pretty good. We do need to get the upgrades on the granaries and storehouses, but lo and behold, once again we've run out of planks. So I think this really does show this is a good time to get over here with construction and housing to allow us to expand our sector we have here in terms of fuel and timber production. We have space to expand it. We may need to add a few more logging camps to increase our log capacity, storage-wise. But we can do that. And I think probably here is the place to do so. So let's get another one in there, I suppose. Don't really want to come back across this edge here, but we could. Although it would be cutting it a little bit closer to our Rundhof. There is space in here. Do I like that? I'm not sure I do. And maybe we start using the external edge here. Though we could mimic what we've done here with the road. A little something like that. Yeah, quite like that. The way this all ties together. And then we'll put a couple of these roads in here. Maybe just one there, actually. And then we can have additional log storage along here. Although I'm not going to do it now. I'm only going to do it if it becomes necessary, because we have a fair bit of timber storage as it is. I mean, with the 4 here and the 5th additional one there, they can store 28 each. That gives us, 120 plus. Well, it gives us more than that. 5, 6, 7, 8, 6, 12, 112, 130, 140 logs we can store. Something like that anyway. Ah, people are moving in over here, and that means we must be done moving in over here already. And so we are. Goodness, there's a lot going on. People are moving in thick and fast. Now, we're up to a population of 375 souls. It's certainly growing quickly. I don't think... maybe we've come down slightly on our fuel excess, because we've not increased production there for a very long time. So we're probably just working our way through a surplus. We may well be in a deficit. For food, though, we still seem absolutely fine. That's because as we're adding burgage plots, apart from up here in the quarry sector, we have been adding food production as well. I know, there's a few that haven't moved in here. They've skipped over to moving in over there. What's that all about? Where did you move in? Oh, you're down here. Maybe it's while it was upgrading. No one could move in. Interesting. Right, let's take a look at the food situation. We've got a bit of pork, but not enough pork. I want more pork. Pork me, baby. Oh dear. You see, I should probably edit that out. I'm not going to, because that sounds very high effort. I have to make a whole note of what timestamp it was, and I'm just not there for that, I've got to be honest. Markets are still okay if stretched. Let's get a couple of workers down in these. Maybe another 2 there. And then we'll want to upgrade those also. That's a whole bunch of pigs, all of that. And look at that, with that. Half of our Rundhof, in the outer 3 rings at least, are pretty much full. And it's really accentuated how much of a circle it's not. It doesn't matter. From the map, perhaps it doesn't look perfect, but actually I think when you're looking at it like this, man, does it look good. Really happy with that. Just take a moment as autumn settles in. Let's look at the beauty of this place. I know we've got satellite supporting settlements. It's not completely self-sufficient. It could be though. It would have to be much larger. The thing is, you start filling up a lot of the space I've currently got earmarked for dwellings with industry. But it is possible, because you could put your industry in this inner ring here, I suppose. I just want more housing, which I'm starting to think is a bit ridiculous given the amount of properties we have here already, and that we could add additional expansions to these out here. But enough of my preposterous plans. I can see that some people are ready for upgrades, so I'm going to, of course, oblige. And you get an upgrade, and you get an upgrade, and you don't, because you don't want one. You get an upgrade. You get an upgrade. Good. Now, over here, one lad has moved in. I think you might as well go and work at a granary. So we start getting some production over here, or some supply over here rather, not production, for when we do have more people moving in. So there's already something there. We should probably set some sort of thing. Yes. How did we work our way through all of that clay in the end? I'd imagine we have. Yeah, 116 roof tiles. That's how big the deposit was. Where are you? You're here. Tile maker going here, yes. Maybe we should buy in some clay. If we set a limit on the tile maker, so I don't have to worry about it again, of, let's say, 200 tiles. Something like that. We come down here, and let's start crafting materials. Importing clay. Let's have 50, say, at a time. Let's up our iron to 50 as well. And we may need additional people living here if we want to get more trade going on. But at the moment, our trade certainly seems to be producing enough money for us, doesn't it? And we've got 442 dressed stone. Plenty of mortar. So, yeah, we're going to be in a good position to build the manor's fortifications when it comes time. I've since gone in, as you can see that our foresters have indeed been working, but then having their work chopped down, that's the whole point. I have imposed some worker areas. Whoa! Zoom right out. some working areas just because they stopped planting once if you don't set them a limit, they plant their little circle that they've got in their head, and they stop thinking, gosh, I've done loads of planting, I don't need to do anything else, but of course we want them to carry on regardless of whether they filled that up. So I've changed those limits, and actually as we fill up these foresters' huts here, I've done this one, but we'll need to do the same for them there as well. And we are starting to get a few people move in over here now. So I'm going to assign a few more to the granaries, and also then to that storehouse as well. Again, so we've got some initial supply. And yeah, we seem pretty on top of the granary. Storehouse to a degree as well. And as this fills up, we can start to get a few more workers in the saw pits, more workers in the logging camps. And we probably ought to have a few more oxen ready to supply them. And also obviously with our foresters, as we've been discussing as well. We may even, oh, we need to upgrade that. Need a few more planks. We may even unassign these chaps and then reassign so that there's more local families doing the work. But there's no rush to do that immediately. And let's get a few more upgrades down here. And it is just beverages holding us back from level 3. And you know, we do have plenty of money. We could definitely buy in enough ale to upgrade a number of people. But the problem with upgrading is that once we upgrade these to level 3, there's going to be additional living space in them. And that's going to massively slow down our expansion into the other half of the Rundhof, because we're going to have so much density and population over here that we're not going to need to expand over here for a very long time. And I really do dearly want to expand over there. We might start with this quarter next. Actually, no, we will start with this one, because then we're getting rid of the mushrooms at the latest possible date. And we are going to get rid of them, because they are in one of the residential rings. If it was in the market ring, I'd consider keeping it, but if it is, it's only one bush or something. That's no bushes. We don't need mushrooms that badly. We can always buy them in if people are partial to them. We certainly produce enough food domestically to not need them. The one advantage, actually, of getting a few properties up to level 3 would be we could get some shoemakers. Some cobblers' workshops. It might be worth upgrading a handful of properties. Just get enough ale in to upgrade a few of these, for example. Pop down a tavern here temporarily. And then we can start using some of that leather. We could get up to the next settlement level. We could do 10, I suppose. Oh, it's very tempting. Think about it. I think we probably are going to do that. If only for the cobbler's workshop. You're fine. Come on, then. Alright. Let's build a small tavern here. And then we'll go over to our trade post. And we're going to import 300 ale. And once we've got that 300, we're not going to buy any more. Goodness, actually, that's ridiculous, isn't it? We don't need 300 to upgrade 10 properties. It's going to cost a fortune. Let's get 100. That's probably still excessive. Ooh. Upgrade. What's up with you? Nothing. You ready? Once he saw me looking, he was like, oh, quick, upgrade. Mr. Typical, he's watching us, sir. I just love panning around this map. I do apologise, I do tend to whip around a bit, don't I? Sheep. Are we nearing our pasture limit? We are. So, before too long, because we're definitely producing enough wool and yarn. In fact, 300, yeah, and nearly 900 yarn. You are going to become a chopper. And you're going to be a little bit of population control. Gosh, we're making all that leather just with one tannery. Good stuff. Right, as soon as this is complete, we'll set up a limit. So what do we have at the moment? We have 280. So let's set a limit to 160 sheep, something like that. I think that's probably more than enough, isn't it? We will not set a limit on lambs because they'll grow nicely and then they'll just be excommunicated when they get to the right age. As delicious as lamb is. Maybe I shouldn't be talking about that. Not everyone finds lamb delicious, and that's fair enough. Yeah. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop digging that hole. Oh goodness, we need to set up some back gardens, don't we? Now we've obviously got a few workers available. You're a warehouse worker. You who? Not a warehouse worker. And okay. So, I believe we have everything but 4 families available here. Assigned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 families I can assign. So I'm going to get 1 there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they're all assigned. And did someone else move in then? No. So when someone else moves in, I will assign them probably to go and work at the forester's hut. So 6 families now unassigned, but they're not local. So as soon as that starts ticking above 6, we'll know that we can start doing some more employment over there. But in any event, let's get these set up with animal pens, I believe. And we had someone move in just then, so we're going to assign them to this forester's hut. And we're going to set up a working area for them. Woo. If we don't zoom out too far. And you're on the end, so you're going to do this area over here. Fill it up, please. Right, back down to 6. And carry on along here. Do. Good, good. Make sure I don't miss any of these. Oh, so much clicking. I wish there was a group select tool. Select all of these, make them animal pens. Someone just move in there. Ah, it's because all the others were being upgraded. Yeah, so people don't move in if it's being upgraded. That's probably something to take into consideration. Because you could potentially miss out on monthly migration if you're in the middle of upgrading something. I'm going to make all of these into goat boys. Goodness, they're keen to upgrade, aren't they? And come on, good. Thanks have arrived. We had someone move in, so you can go and work at this forestry. You're going to focus on this area. And we'll set the others generally over here. Maybe more over here as well, because actually we're going to need to keep up planting here, because this is where the primary source of deforestation is also. Okay, goat. And you get a goat. And you get a goat. It's a moving in gift. You move here, you get given a goat. It's just like the old days. What? What do you mean, typical? What do you mean? I mean, it's taking a long time to build this and I'm going insane. Alrighty. You're happy with that, and I think I shall continue. Do. Goat! Moving in presents. Huzzah. Let's set up the working area of this while we're at it. So we're just ready to employ someone there. And again, we'll set this dead center over here. And hopefully we can get on top of the forest before it's a problem. I've had it in previous playthroughs where I've nearly chopped down every blooming tree. And then I've been like, oh no, I don't have any wood. Which is rather predictable, isn't it? In terms of an outcome when you don't have any trees. You can work there. Ooh, upgrades. Upgrades? Oh, go on then. Now, we've obviously spent some monies. That, I presume, means we have our ale. We do, 97 of it. So, let's head on down here. Where do you live? Oh, next door. That's good, isn't it? Overstock, please. Ah, funny. Cool. Yes. And then we'll keep out eagle-eyed for when these are ready to upgrade to level 3. And we'll do just enough to get us to the next settlement level, which is a large village. And there we are, straight away, ready for upgrading. The ale got here quickly, didn't it? Goodness. Guess it must have been nearby. We need to address more market and more market stalls soon with granary and with storehouse as well. Yeah, just enough to get to the large town and then that large village, sorry. And then it also gives us the ability to get somebody working on the shoes. To be honest, we've got 1.1k clothes. We can probably start selling clothes. We'll hold back a fairly large stockpile because we are going to have a lot more people moving in. But, you know, it's not to say we can't sell some. In fact, while we wait for more goods to arrive down here, let's click on the old trading post. Got over there somewhere. And let's establish an export on clothes. We want a surplus of 800. Cool. As we do that, a whole bunch of additional properties ready for level 3 upgrades. It's going to give us some additional families moving in here, like we said, in terms of higher density. And it's not the end of the world, actually, because they're then available to help with... I'm not going to upgrade you, because I maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just going to do these ones in this segment, because then we can assign you to work at the storehouses and granaries to help with the supply over here. So we'll get 2 families to work at that granary. And we probably ought to then consider building another granary and storehouse here. And this is what I'm talking about quite quickly. The number you need starts to take up a lot of space. And every time I do one of these builds, I allow far more space than I did previously. And every time it's not quite enough. I probably will at some point, as I normally do. I normally don't show it, actually. I might do this time. Do a mass reassigning where I basically kick everyone out of their jobs everywhere on the map. And then start reassigning. And what that makes sure is that you've got anyone who lives locally is working at the nearest possible job. So usually after I've done that, the efficiency of the marketplaces goes up a fair bit because all the families live that much closer to their jobs. Like I said, not something I normally do on camera, but I might do this time. It does take a little while. It's just pausing and a lot of clicking, to be honest. But you know what? Doing something and a lot of clicking is basically the entire game, and people seem to enjoy that, so why not that? Alright, typical. Calm down, mate. Just need one more property. Oh, there it is. Huh. Good. Right. Job done. Let's go over and stop trading on our ale. No trade. Good. Right, well that gives us a number of level 3 burgage spots with their wonderful drains. The guttering, which comes out the side, which is rather pretty, I must say. And I want you to make shoe. Yes. How are we doing for meat these days? Yeah, a decent amount of pork. Got mutton as well, from where we have excess sheepies. Could do with more fruits, which is concerning. We're already at half fruit and half vegetable production. Vegetables looks fine. No, we're never going to have a problem with that, I don't think. But fruit, maybe we'll get more as these trees mature. There's a hope anyway. So we've got 13 available living spaces. I imagine quite a few are down here in the level 3s. So who have we got up here? How many unassigned families? 1. Just 1. Everyone started moving into level 3 as soon as they could by the looks. That's okay. Oh no, maybe more than 1. 1. Oh yeah. No, it is 1. Right. Well, what are you going to go and do? I think you're probably going to go and work at this charcoal kiln. And then we'll get a few more upgrades and a few more goats. Go hand in hand, upgrades and goats. Didn't know if you knew that. Now you do. The more you know. The more you know. Victory for the Southerners, in other words. Okay. Top notch. Now I'd imagine we'll need some additional workers in these establishments. We'll have to wait for people to move in to do that. How many spots have we got available down here in these? Oh yes, you're making shoe. There's no limit. Make as many as you like. Okay, so you've got your cobbler family. 1 of 2. 1 of 2. 1, 2. Two. Okay. Just 2 more to move in down here, and then we're back into moving up over there. Let's get you. You're local, that's good, and you're local, that's good. And can we get another one? Yep. Another one here, maybe. Yeah, good. get you working there. So mash all the keys and upgrade both of them to large. Grand. Of course you can upgrade to level 2. Why haven't you already? Good grief. So slow. Everyone's hard at work in the veggie fields. 798 dressed stone. Oh gosh. There's a whole bunch of level 2 upgrades to do over here as well. We better get those underway. No need to have them sitting around at level 1 where they're not making us any money. All of our lovely miners' huts over here. Quarryman huts, I suppose. Right. And I haven't filled all these up with oxen yet, so it wouldn't hurt to get a few more. And the next time someone moves in, we'll just keep an eye on where it is that they are moving in. We'll click on the notification so it takes us there, so we know when we've got people moving in over here once more. And we have done a fair bit of deforestation, but it's not horrendous. No. Not enough construction materials. Sort it out, please. Sort it out, mate. So we're down to 10 available living spaces. About these 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is! So the next family that moves in will be over here. And we'll get... Oh, and there they are. Moving in. Oh. You lied. Oh, you did move in over here, though. So you are going to go and work at that granary. And you can have an upgrade. And hopefully, once we're done filling those up, the granary supply capacity will be looking a little bit healthier. But we won't know until it's done. And then we can move into the next quarter. Properly exciting stuff, I'm sure you'll agree. Okay, I'm going to wait for some people to move in over here. When they've done that... Oh, heck, tax! When they've done that, we'll come back and start working on the next quarter. Tally bye-bye. Right, we're nearly done moving in over here. We've actually got one burgage space left available, so we need to hurry up. Let's go over here and fill out our next zone. Let's click right. And once again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, don't we? Is it 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And heck! Do it quickly. We've done that a little bit late. Oh dear. Almost like I was away making a cup of tea. I don't know what you mean. Such accusations. Oxen! Oh, excuse me. Right, so we've finished upgrading, nearly. Whoop. Forester's Row. You might be thinking, why do you keep calling it different things? It's because I've got no consistency. But we certainly have increased the amount of timber we've got coming in planks. And let's get another work there. So we seem to have taken care of this issue, and we've got fully employed foresters here. So hopefully we're planting up as much as we possibly can all the time as well. And we're well on our way to constructing the next quarter. It's looking mighty fine, if I do say so myself. I really like this middle section here. Guys, what are you doing, guys? You wearing chainmail? Where'd you get that? I suppose you're my... you're my retinue. I see. Just hanging around. Fair enough, I suppose. Right. Eventually all this is going to need cutting down. And in fact, I'm going to make a start. Let's go here. Go to this logging camp. I'm going to set you up a work area of inside here. Ooh, we can use this circle to see how good our circle is. That's not bad. Come on, that's pretty good. Okay, you're going to deforest there. I don't want a large tall forest spoiling the view of our lovely manor once that's all constructed. And good, all these are going in, so we immediately need to get on with construction. I think, like I've done previously, these are going to be for vegetables. so that we have them opposite each other. And then these will be over here for orchards. So let's go and set these up for vegetables. 1 vegetable, 2 vegetable, 3 vegetable, 4 vegetable, 5 vegetable. I'm sorry, typical tea is not available right now. Need to reboot my brain. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. Come along now, everyone. You'll get to hurry along. What do you reckon this shrine's for? 'Tis Christ. Wonderful. Plant my trees. Plant my trees, damn it. Ploughing by hand? Waiting? Plant the trees. Good grief. People are such a pain. Right, okay. You're looking beautiful. You're fine. You're nice, I like you. You're okay as well, actually. There's usually, when I'm doing these builds, there's a part of the map that I'm not particularly happy with, but actually I'm really happy with how the whole thing's developed here. Building requires maintenance. Well then, maintain it. You have the tools, 19 of them. Use them. How many people do we have living here? Blimey, Governor, 476? That's a lot of people, that is. Quite a high number and all that. Right, I presume you're collecting logs, aren't you, from what's now being cut down in the centre? A moo-ha-ha. Go away, don't tax me, it's rude. I'm up to 8k on my monies. We could add another satellite settlement over here, couldn't we? For barley production. That would help when it comes time to upgrade to level 4. Because we actually would rotate it out with wheat. Which, of course, we will need to make bread for our grain requirement for level 4 burgage plots. But that would mean taking away from our expansion down here. So maybe after we finish this quarter, or maybe even finish this whole area, that's when we put in that satellite settlement. Although the sooner we do it, the more resources we have ready. Fine. We'll look to do this after we've filled out this little bit here. People are moving in, which is a sure sign that we need to get a move on and build a granary. And what else do we need? Was it storehouse? Yes, I think it was. Put that there. And marketplace. Click. Damn it. You go there. Und you go there. Ah, very good, very good. Ah, das ist sehr gut, mein Freundlich. Mein Rundling. I'm terribly sorry to anyone who's listening who's German or indeed has ears. Let's also go ahead and build a couple of additional units ready over here. Like so. Ew, fits so well. And we've only got 6 available places for people to move in. We're at 88% approval. Well done, everybody. Jolly good show. Let's fill this up here. I say, it's a nice couple of burgage plots, isn't it? You've all got pigs, you've got some chickens, some slaughtery people, some sowy people, some pigs, some goatings, some more goaties. How are we doing? Oh, 38 milk, isn't that splendid? 72 pork, 21 mutton, a few chevron, a few cheeky mushrooms, and a lot of vegetables, and even some fruit. Ah, very good. Oh, look at the blossom. That makes my heart blossom, that does. Oh, it's so wonderful. Right. You lot. Carrot. 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 Cabbage. 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 Beetroot. 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 Very nice. Also, I suppose you might as well have some upgrades. Splendid. You and you upgrade. How's the old supply chain? It's brown. That'll never do. We simply must take care of that situation before it becomes absolutely untenable. Speaking of which, we're down to 14 months of fuel. We have recently upped production. We are turning all of that firewood into charcoal. Do we have anyone spare up here? No, you're a carpenter, granary worker, barrister. We may need some more. We didn't actually increase our woodcutter capacity when we built these burgage blocks. So we may need to build a few more, possibly on this side here. to cater for an increased firewood output. That being said, we could also put a tiny satellite settlement over here or something to allow for some local production of charcoal. They wouldn't have to walk nearly as far then as well, the storehouse workers. That sounds a splendid idea. Let's take this line and let's follow it on down here, like so. And then let's do a little something like this. Ooh, that's quite nice. Not sure how I want this to look. I suppose we could do something like that. Connect it back out with a curve. I don't want it to look like it's part of the rundling though. No, I don't like that. Okay. So I think we don't need loads of stuff out here, to be honest. So let's just put a small circle. Let's delete this a second. Let's make a small circle here. Start, say, there. No, it's too big. Too big. Up there. Too small. There. Too big. There. Perfect, but too close. So if I just translate that up here. Follow that all the way around. And let's get that curve right. Good. Pop that there. And then connect that to the main settlement. Like so. Oh, very nice. And out here, we will have a couple of foresters. Maybe 2 foresters. A granary, storehouse. No well, unfortunately, so the well that's in here is definitely going to need to be a stone well. And what else? So maybe even 3 foresters. And we're not going to produce logs here, it's just going to be charcoal. So then a couple of woodcutters' lodges. And can't quite fit that in there, can we? Let's delete that there. Delete those. Can we then fit 2 in here? Don't think so. Okay, we'll put 1 there. And then we'll squeeze in some of these woodcutters around them. Let's turn off snapping. Not sure I like how that's snapping there. Let's get 1 here. And we squeeze 1 in here somewhere. More than 1? No, probably not. So we'll get 1 just there. Wait. Yep. There, I suppose. And then we need to squeeze a small market stall in here as well. Good. You need to be a stone well. And I don't know that we need any. It's actually the workers are just here, aren't they? Yeah. I was gonna put some burgage plots here, but actually I think we're so close to the main rundling that that's not needed, so we can get rid of those and this and probably fit in our second charcoal kiln there. Oh, not quite. Although I might be able to if I get rid of this. Ah, no! Bother, my wonderful circle. Oh, can we manually make it? Will it be as good? Oh no. Oh no! That's a real shame. Right, let's delete this little road that's in the wrong place. And... oh dear. It was perfect, everyone. It was perfect. It was beautiful. Okay. Right, well, we've lost it. And we're not getting it back. I think we should probably just accept that. It was a good notion. It did look beautiful on the map. Unfortunately, it's gone forever. So we might as well just fit what we need to in here. Well, that's a little bit depressing. Maybe we'll do something similar elsewhere. And then we'll get a couple of these here. And then we'll just have to surround everything that's here as best we can. Okay, a little something like that. And bring that round. Oh, it's so ugly. That bit I didn't mind. Through here. But then I feel like it needs to go straight from there. Like that. Yeah, I prefer that. That's a shame. That was really very pretty the way it was as a circle. It's far less of a joy to me now. It's going to be sad for the rest of the video, I think. What a loss. Alright, typical, we get it. Move on. Okay, it's still going to serve a job. So we've got lots of people who've moved in down here, look. So let's assign them. Yep, you can tax me, I don't care anymore. And we'll get some woodcutters as well and a charcoal kiln, so we'll get those operational straight away. And I imagine there's still plenty of people free and available, as it would suggest up here. So let's get 2 at each of these foresters and set up your work area, which is going to be probably 3 separate areas. We'll put one of you down here, one of you over here, and one of you over here. A little something like that there. And we'll keep it fairly low on the choppy front for the time being. Just because we don't have a lot of forest here yet. The foresters need to get to work first. Maybe let's get an additional forester's hut. Put it there. Okay, that's fine. It's not fine. It looks a bit like a golf club, actually. Never mind. Right. You guys are ready for upgrades. I've been neglecting you. Oh, we've only got 6 burgage pots left as well. So we need to get on and build a few more. What were we talking? We were talking about farm area, weren't we? Yeah, that's going to have to wait, I think, because we need to get some more burgage plots down faster than that. These are all going to be animal pens. You've been mistaken for thinking honey then, given how long I hovered over the bee. Hover, get it? Oh, bee. May have accidentally clicked beehive on that one. Wait and see. Apiary, even. Build all of those there. Splendid. 5 plots left. Let's go ahead and extend this round here. Once again. Going for 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, look at that. Getting a feel for that. 3, 3, and 3. Build those there. And let's imagine we've probably in a bit of trouble here. Let's employ some people to go ahead and get our granary and supply chain, etc. sorted. Get a few more of those in. Get a few people working there and upgrade them as well. Hopefully to start taking care of that problem. And hopefully having some local charcoal production will help take care of the other problem we've got over here, which is how far the storehouse workers are having to go. You're ready for upgrade 2, so we'll give it to you. And just as soon as these are built, we'll get the extensions on the back for even more vegetable production. Oh, look at that. We're starting to sweep into the central area here with knocking down those trees, or chopping down those trees rather, which is jolly good, what we're trying to do after all. And still fun on food. Fuel is jumping around a little bit. But that's fine. Look at that. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. So with plenty of buildings going up, space for people to live, let's turn our attention to what our little, again, satellite settlement over here might look like. So we've got plenty of barley fertility. Reasonable emmer, especially up here. Quite a straight line, isn't it? Let's continue this line, talking of straight lines. And maybe from here. Yeah. Along like that. And how are we going to set this up? Well, what if we put a road there? How's that look? Yeah, that's okay. Ooh, you know what I'm thinking? You do, don't you? Could have a circle here. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. Make up for that one we just deleted. And build one over here instead. How's that? Not bad. And how does that sit in terms of farm? Barley's pretty much in the centre of it. Yeah, that works. Okay, so we'll bring this road across here. And where are we going to have our burgage plots? Are we going to do it on this section of road here? No, because that fertility is excellent. We'll want to make use of... Oh, actually, I've got the pens there, haven't we? We'll probably want to make use of that, though. But this copse of trees here, actually. Not got great fertility for barley. Okay. Let's build a little hamlet to go in this space here. Oh, we could even have a second circle, couldn't we? The burgage plots. If you're enjoying the video and have the time, it would warm my tea if you could pop me a like, drop a comment with feedback, or subscribe. But regardless, thank you for joining me, and no, I appreciate you. And then connect this up to these. A little something like this. Okay. Look at that, actually. Let's take this. A little something like this here. If we come off the edge of this circle and come straight up. Yeah. It's quite nice. I think, though, I want a straight road joining these two. Yeah. Or does it need to... Would it be better having two curved roads? Let's do that. That looks nice. It's been quite the aesthetically pleasing map here, isn't it? I'm starting to think all of these satellite settlements should have been circles. Oh well, next time. Right, all of these have been built, so let's quickly go ahead and construct all of our vegetable plots on them, so that we're not wasting time and we can get planting done come next spring. Is that all of them? Did we miss one in the middle? No, that's good. And let's get the two families working there. Okay. Another family working there. What are you doing all the way over there? You better not live over there. No, you don't. You live down here. You just off for a wander. Obviously, you needed a job. And all of these guys here, let's get them some goats. And then we'll go ahead and upgrade them all. Can't help but feeling that whole reassigning everyone every job thing is approaching. I really don't want to do it. It's quite a big settlement we've got going on here. And that would be quite a lot of work, to be honest. But in any case, let's get these upgraded. Good stuff. And then swinging back over to our satellite project here. How is this going to work? Let's... How are the burgage plots here going to work? Are they going to... How big are they going to be? Do something like... No, we can't do something like that. Could do something like this. Where they all come back to a central point. That'd be quite a waste of space. Could do smaller sections like that. Or do we split it into quarters? We take a road across here. Even make use of the wild animal deposit here, couldn't we, actually? For a food source. Oh, come on. First time. How would that look? Go for like... Like that. That could work. The alternative being we come along the inside here, I suppose, and go this way. They're all facing inwards then. That's quite nice. Can we... How do we go about making that more uniform? Should I do that? No, it's not going to look good, is it? Well, as long as it's one... the same every time. Could I replicate that here? Yeah, I think we could. Let's do that. Let's see how that works. Follow this around on each side. Needs to come from the other side here, potentially. Oh, come on. Whoop, tax. You've broken my thing, tax. That's where this road comes on. Get rid of that road quickly. What have I... What have I... Irritating. Okay, what if we don't put burgage plots in that part? And instead... Oh, this is a good idea. Instead, that's where we have our granary and storehouse. Yeah. So then it's all contained within the circle. Granary... and storehouse. And we'll also put down the hunting camp in here as well. Yes, it should have been in the other quarter, but it's there now. And we need water. Oh, good. There's water in here. It's nice to see. Ooh, just there. Perfect. And then can we get this in here? Ah, no, we probably need to have access to these burgage plots, don't we? There we go. Just like that. And then, is there any space in here? Yeah, we can get a few in, look. So, let's redo that one. Do better than that. Apparently not if you want anything in it, though. I had 3 in there. Start on this side. How did I do it? There we go. That's better. That's 6. That should be enough. And then we'll upgrade both of those as well. We've got the hunting camp there. Ooh, I do like that. Isn't that lovely? That's a proper little rundling, that is. Really nice. And then I guess we could fill this space here. When I say fill, but we could put down some farmhouses here. Farmhouse, and let's get 1, 2, and 3, and 4. How's that? Yeah, it's okay. And then we can get some hitching posts to go along here. For our oxen. And yeah, continue that road down there and then get a few more hitching posts there. No shortage of those. Make that a stone well. Good shenanigans. How are we doing over here filling up wise? Nearly all moved in. And once again, carrot, 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 cabbage, 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 beetroot, beetroot, beetroot. And then you just as well all get upgraded as well. And almost as soon as these are done, people are going to start moving in over in our new satellite farming village. Supplies okay, but we should definitely get our own local granary and storehouse. So we'll build the granary there, build the storehouse here, and then have some market stall space adjacent. That's good. And then I think we'll go straight ahead and build another storehouse and granary to allow for supply of that region. And how are we doing down here? Yeah, looks like we're doing okay. I imagine we're busy planting. Yeah, we've got lots of trees going down. And hopefully that's going to start alleviating the fuel problem, because it's definitely growing, this fuel problem. Down to 11 months of fuel supply. Oh, but look at that. The forests have definitely been doing their work over here, haven't they? This whole area that previously was pretty barren is now pretty much forested up, isn't it? So what I think we will do over here, because we have plenty of timber, is I'm going to unassign 2 workers from there, and I'm going to reassign them to work at the woodcutters' lodges. I'm also going to take one of our sawpit workers and send them to work at this charcoal kiln, just to see if we can't help produce more charcoal over here, as well as in our new little charcoal area over there. Where have you moved in? Ah, perfect, you've started moving in over here. Right, well, you can go and work at the storehouse, and you can go and work at the granary. So we've got a few families working there straight away. Well, of course, we get that granary upgraded. We didn't quite get around to that last time. Our third worker we will send to work at the hunting camp. He hasn't got too far to go hunting. And it's actually just a little bit of road. Huh. Anyway, yes, as I was saying, that'll give us some local food production over here as well, which can't hurt matters at all, certainly. Let's get each of these upgraded with a plough, and we need to start ordering in some more oxen. This might be the time where I need to go over to our livestock trader and get them to start importing a certain number, because we certainly have enough regional wealth. What capacity do we have? We have capacity for lots. Fine. Let's go ahead to our livestock trading post, and I would like to import. I would like 35 oxen, please. Good. And you've moved in. And you are going to go and work at the hunting camp here. And then we need to start figuring out what we're going to do in terms of actual farming. But we will, of course, get some upgrades. Now, what are we going to do over here? We could have some mini orchards. I like the sound of that. We're going to build some mini orchards all the way around here. And I think that potentially could look really, really nice. Nowhere near the size we would normally do, but it'll give a circle of burgage plots surrounded by blossom at certain times of the year. Doesn't that sound lovely? I think so. So that's what we're going to do. I'm really happy with how this has developed. I hesitate to say it's my favourite part of the map because, oh my gosh, this is so much work and the whole point we're doing this. But I do like it. And I can certainly see this new camera spinning technique that I've picked off of certain commenters. Thank you very much, sir. We could do an entire region, like a bubble town, I suppose. Just completely built of circles and nothing outside of them. Yes. Ideas. How are we doing over here? Are you all planting? Why do you look so dry? It's no good. Maybe you don't have a road. You clearly do. What is it with trading posts? I'm like, I'm not connected to the road. Help me. Like, yes, you are. How much stone do we have? Ho ho! 1.5k dressed stone. I think maybe do we need a couple more places to store it? My goodness. You've got one. Where is it all? I guess it's been moved elsewhere. Okay. That's fine. Making progress on cutting through into here. It looks like someone might be replanting though. It's not ideal, but it's what it is. In any case, over here in the farming satellite town, let's get a variety of plants down. And you can also... Oh no. Wrong button. Wrong button. Get some upgrades here. It's the first expansion we put on a property and it was by accident. Now. Farms themselves. I know what I want this to look like. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to make it look like it. First off, I need to find the center. Is that it? Not far off. It's actually good enough for my purposes. So I'm going to take this here. Bring that down. Delete that. And then we're going to go over to the farming tab. Select field. And turn off snapping. Immediately turn it back on. And we're going to go 1, 2 ticks. We have to go more. 1, 2, 3. And we need 4 points, don't we? I think we're too close here. If I click on that manually. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 3, and 4. Yeah, this is it. 3, 4. That's close enough to the center as well, I think. As to make next to no difference. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then let's delete these roads. And continue our way around. Oh, yes. This looks good. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's going to be horribly inefficient, difficulty. Why are you doing that? Well, if you thought I was building this settlement to be efficient, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. I built it to be aesthetically pleasing. And that's all there is to it, really. Okay, and then this one I'm just going to split the difference a little bit. Okay. Oh, yes. That's nice, that is. All comes to one point. Okay, right. I imagine people have been moving in down here. Let's continue. We've got apples, apples, pears, quinces, apples, pears, quinces, apples, pears, quinces. And then we'll continue upgrading. I might get the additional expansion living spaces here, actually, because it may just give us those additional workers we need to help work over here. Now, the fact that this isn't complete is worrying me, because that suggests massive supply chain issues and lag. We are overdue a save, actually, so it might be worth doing that sometime soon. We do have lots of free workers, though, and they're probably all down here. So let's go ahead and get our granaries and storehouses here up and running. Make sure you're all local. Reasonably local. Local enough, I'd say. And then, of course, get these upgraded as well. Just keep on top of this issue we've got here. Got 4 available living spaces. They're all over here. Bother. I am actually going to go ahead and expand all of these that I can. Which is not all of them, actually. Just because the additional workers over here, the farms, is going to be handy. I'm probably going to need a few more settlers, actually, than I've got immediately in here. Probably ought to have 2 families each of these. Pop that upgrade. Cool. Nice little village. Yeah, that's been completed now. Good. And we've had plenty of oxen arriving, haven't we? But we don't seem to have filled all of these up. How many do we have now? 28, so not everything we were ordering in. Let's up this to 45. That should fill it up nicely. And then once we're done with moving in here, next year we'll open up these farms here, which just look amazing. That doesn't mean we can't go ahead and do the rotations. So these are all going to be barley, flax, rye, basically. Alright, so let's go ahead, turn crop rotation on for all of them. Probably still going to buy in most of our malt and bread, to be honest. But it will be helped by a backbone of our own production. And that way we will not need to buy in nearly so much. And, you know, even a little bit of domestic produce will drastically reduce the amount we're spending on importing. Right, so let's pause momentarily and go wheat, barley, flax, and then just follow that. Wheat, barley, flax. And do this all the way around. Okay, so that's all of those done. And like I said, we'll wait until next year to activate those in any event. Alright, how are we doing over here? Is everybody that can moved in? Only 3 living spaces left. That probably means we want to come down here and build our next bunch over here. And so we'll get these down. Build those there. And we actually kind of seem on top of the storehouse, and granary's not far off being on top of, actually. Now, I'd imagine most of our unassigned families are over here. So we've got a warehouse worker, 2 granary workers, hunter. And that should be it. So 1, 2, 3, warehouse, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll have 8 unassigned families. So let's go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then should be able to get one more once this guy moves in. And they'll start next year. I can't believe we haven't filled these up yet. We are going to want permanent livestock here. So we'll assign some and hopefully they will get moved more locally to all of the available stable space that we have here, situated specifically for their accommodation. We could do with a few more people living here, because we could also have a little forester working on foresting this area. We could do another farm area as well, I suppose. And we could also, you know, bring in some of our own firewood. That would require another circle. Maybe we'll put that here. But we're not going to do that right now. I think we've expanded this area over here enough for the time being. So we'll wait for those families to move in. We have got more space, actually, in here. Potentially for a few more burgage plots. Another 3. But I don't feel it would quite match the aesthetic we've got going, so I don't think I will. That's the sort of place we could put, actually, a woodcutter's lodge or something. Right, so that frees you up. So I think you're the second worker for there. I have no idea where these 3 unassigned families are. I don't think they're over here anymore. Which is fine. Ah, good. So all of those oxen have been moved in locally. So we can leave this pretty much to run itself now. For the time being. And we'll put bakeries and stuff in the market ring, I think. So we've got people moving in down here already. So I think we'll get all of these set up. We should as well, actually something I should have done over here. Some of these should have been apiaries. We are going to definitely need to do a few more then, actually. Right. How would this work here? Make sure this looks right. Okay, and then connect these in the same way. How's that look? Okay, that kind of looks like an orange, doesn't it? I suppose. What kind of fertility is that on? Not great for emmer, not great for flax. Okay for barley. That's even better down here. So, and again, we're not going to be doing masses of farming. This might be it for farming. But what we're going to do in this one is have more dwellings. So, let's see about splitting this up. How's that? Not great. This is wrong. It's even worse. Considerably worse. It's not as the circle's not as good in fairness as the other one was. It's good enough though. This one as well should be a little lower. More like that. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll do basically the same thing we did over there. If there's enough space, because this is a smaller zone. No, yeah, that's good. So we'll do that in 3 of the zones. And then maybe this one here. No. Maybe not. Okay. Guess we'll just have to do that. It's fine. It's fine, I guess. And then build a couple of roads in here to service them. I think they can probably share the market stalls that are in here. And they're going to be apiaries primarily. Oh, look at that. They're out in force already, planting. plenty enough workers then. Don't need to worry about that. But then we could also over here have a couple of foresters. Maybe just one forester. Maybe the woodcutter can go there. And then get the charcoal boy in here. Whoop. As we save the game. And I've already got water in here, I'm sure. But I'm going to put it there just in case I forgot. And some of these are going to be apiary. We might as well then get a second forester, which we'll put there. And these are all done, aren't they? Not far off. So I think probably the amount of workers we have here for this number of fields is actually probably going to be fine. Don't love how that looks. Might remove this, just have it connected to that one. Or maybe just have this connected like that. Yeah, it's better. I might do the same down here, actually. Yeah, that's much nicer. Good. And then as people move into these, we'll get them working at that forester's hut, and also the woodcutter and charcoal kiln. And these extensions. So how many do we need? We look at the farm, was it? Yes. 30%. I think it's 5 apiaries. Let's build 5. And see how that does. 1, 2, 3, 4. I might as well do all of them actually. Because then we can sell any of the excess honey. Okay. Back over in our Rundling. Got people moving in over here. So let's set all these up. What have we got? So we've got goats, pigs, chickens. Let's go do some more chickens. So let's get some coops built up along here. All the way along. Yeah, too much zoom. Too much zoom, I say. Construct all of those. Blended stuff. Wait for those to be constructed. Oh, look how pretty it is. Oh, I'm so happy. It's such a good creation. Right, that's enough of that. Typical tea. Food is good, fuel is fine. It seems to have stabilised despite the number of people we have living here going up. Forestation over here seems to be going pretty well. We've got a few people over here living now, so we'll probably get an extra couple of workers. The forester's hut, and maybe another woodcutter, and maybe even another charcoal kiln. Get that one active as well. Soon we'll be moving into the final quarter, then the inner ring, and then it will be time to build our manor. Very exciting indeed. Look at all that forestation it's gone on. Do like to see a heavily wooded region, I must say. Love this farm. I'm going to have to do more of these in future, for sure. I'm actually going to produce a 77. Oh goodness, a really good harvest actually. I suppose we could have a malt house in here, couldn't we? Well, we could if I had left space for it. Ah, there is space here actually. Good, put a malt house there. Again, something else that the guys over here can do for a job. Properly exciting stuff. Oh, just look at how gorgeous that looks. That is nice. Not, not so special from there. Oh my gosh, it's not in the centre, is it? It's not exactly the centre. But look at it from down here. Oh, you could just forget that. Flax is such a pretty crop in this game. What are you doing? Get out of my field. Why'd you? Living people. Right. Got a nice little circuit of orchards being planted there. got all those lovely apiaries down here. And hopefully this is improving pollination. Let me see it in the environment tab. Pollination. Increased by up to 30%. The combined meadow environment and apiation affinity values. Let's see. We don't have loads of meadow. There's not much we can do about that. We do have 48% forest land though, which is probably doing lots of good for our piggies and our pens. Haven't got people moving in here just yet, and actually it must be harvest time. Oh yes, look, harvest. Isn't that nice? Let's watch all these lovely people zipping in and out doing the harvest. Yes, very good, very good, very good, very good. Get all that harvested up. Now, that of course means we're going to have some linen, because the weavers' workshops will be able to turn that as well as the wool. Of course, they are currently very busy. Probably don't have time to do it all. We may have to get some more people working over here, but we're not going to do that right now. Oh, goodness, much upgrading to be done as well. Let's make sure we get all of you upgraded. Yes, all of you. You get an upgrade, and you get an upgrade, and of course, you get an upgrade. Splendid stuff. And then we'll be able to start moving into the last quarter just as soon as we fill up these properties over here. And you'll see that we have indeed got unassigned families here, ready to be given some jobbies. Now, is any of you... Yes. Let's get a few expansions over here where we can. You'll be useful for sure. Right. Oh, look. 10% increases pollination strength by 2% per each active apiary, up to 10%. Good, well, we're at that 10%, and I was right, it was 5 apiaries, and these have all crossed over. Did we get everything? Goodness, lots of rotation. Stocks got damaged, that's sad. Well, I assume we got everything out in time. What did we get in the end? We have... crafting materials. Honey, yes, we need to sell that and some wax. We 139 barley. Blimey. 67 flax. And very little wheat. Which I assume means we didn't quite finish harvesting the wheat fields. Which tells me we need some more workers over here. So let's assign one extra family to each of the farmhouses. And then we should still hopefully have a few unassigned families over here. So there'll be one there. It's hard to know where they all are, like I said earlier. Okay, well, you obviously don't have a job, you're unassigned, so you can work at this forester's hut, whose job is going to be keeping this area here forested up, y'all. And who else do we have? What's your job? You're a farmer. No one lives there. You've just been assigned to the forest. You are nearly done with your building project. You need an upgrade. What do? You're a farmer. That's fine. Come along. Come along now. You get on with it. Well, we are going to need a windmill for all of our milling needs. 24% efficiency. Not great. Well, it would be nice to put it in here, though. I like that idea. Circle within circles. Even if it's only 82% efficient, that's exactly where that's going. And we'll connect that there. You're taking forever. You're a forester and unassigned. Your unassigned friend is going to work at this forestry. And you're going to work primarily on foresting up here. And then... who else? Move in, round up, round up. All of our available spaces are here. You are unassigned, so you're going to go and work at the malt house. You're foresters, aren't you? Yep, so you can have an upgrade. Not that you wouldn't if you weren't foresters, but I'm just saying you can have an upgrade. Let's quickly go and set up the next bunch of burgages ready. So that is going to be over here. How are we doing on market stalls? Okay. So we'll fill out this section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then, as is custom, we'll get down a granary and a storehouse and some market stall. Just there. And then we'll make sure there's a local watering hole. And then we'll do the same again with the granary and storehouse. Good shenanigans. Over here, need to make sure that well we built earlier is a stone well to supply everyone. And you're unassigned, so you're going to go and work at the woodcutter's lodge. And then you can have your upgrade. No one lives there. You're unassigned, you're going to work at the charcoal kiln. And you're a malt house worker, we can upgrade you. Charcoal burner. Farmer and unassigned, so you are going to go and work at the malt house also. Farmer and malt house worker. And a farmer. That's pretty much everyone apart from those burgage plots that have yet to be moved into. We're still at +2 monthly migration with 88% approval rating. 668 people live here. We're definitely hitting that 1,000 without any problems whatsoever. Takes a little longer to build things out here because we've got to come from a long way off to do so. It's quite far from the centre of our main region, isn't it? Oh, but my, doesn't it look pretty. It's like Winterfell over there, actually. When glanced at in fleeting. You're unassigned. You can work at the windmill. And there is a little bit of grain to be done. And we're just waiting for you to move in. Now, we of course need a brewer. I guess it would make sense to have someone on this side do the brewing, because that's nearer to where the malt is. So let's get 2, maybe 3 breweries set up. Start with 2. We'll open those up just there. How are we doing for boots, by the way? Did we ever assign someone to make the boots? Did we just not do that? I just upgraded everyone to level 3. I was like, yeah, okay. Oh, no, we did. We've got 1. And he's made 1,000 shoes. So, yeah, he's doing fine on his own, isn't he? Okay. And you're unassigned. So you can go and help with forestation here. Get that upgraded. And I think that just leaves 1 person left to move in. And everyone else over here will already be assigned. So it will probably send you to go and work at one of the farms, to be honest. Splendid. Now, we're going to need a bakery as well. That will need to be one of the level 3 burgage plots. So we'll go next to the chap who makes our shoes. And we'll make you into a bakery. Oh, and that's our last family moving in, I believe. And you're going to go and help at that farm. Simply wonderful. Now this time, you should have like 60, 80, you should have like 150 wheat. As long as things don't go awry again. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Because that should be providing a fair bit of our bread as well, our grain requirements. Now we've built all these over here. What quarter are we in? We're into the next orchard quarter. So we'll get all of these extensions put on ready. Yes, extensions indeed. Get all of these built on here. La-di-da-da. Whoop. He's interrupting me with saving. Good grief. Last couple there. Okay. Good. That's all of those. And as people start to move into those, we'll of course get these granaries and storehouses active. We might as well, though, get them upgraded to level 2 right away. We've already got ourselves a tavern over here, which we have not needed to remove yet. We might even add another one in as we start to get our own domestic production. But again, we're not looking to upgrade too many more properties to level 3 at the moment, even though it will get us to the small town level. We may do that. But mostly we're just going to build it up because, you know, we can. And it's ready then for when we do want to go on our upgrade campaign. We've probably got a little bit of bread for the first time since we settled here. Yeah, 7 bread. How nice. 58 milk. That's doing well, isn't it? Lots of milk. And we've slightly increased the amount of fuel we have, despite our population increasing, which goes to show that our little settlement down here, little forestry area here, fuel production, and our small fuel production over here as well, they're all going to help offset those larger productions we have over here. We're producing most of our fuel from this area with these woodcutters and these charcoal kilns and the forest over here. But by having some smaller regions working it as well, we do tend to top up the supply chain. Look at this forest. Oh, that's so lovely. The King's Road here, look. Just winding through this newly planted woodland. It's really nice. In fact, you can barely even see. Look at the size of that tree. In and amongst the small stables. It's just disappearing, isn't it? The quarry area into a forest. So, as nice as that looks, we could probably even do a little bit of charcoal production over here as well. A few more burgage plots and a bit of production in this area here. It's definitely something we can do. If we start to have a problem again with fuel production, we'll do something similar to what we did here, but do it over here, because there's plenty of forest available to us. And slowly but surely, the logging camp over here is making roads into exposing our manor. So it's ready for when we come to build the wall, which I'm hoping is not going to be all that far away. Got plenty of oxen over there. We've got stacks of cash. And we've got domestic production of all of these goodies. Now we've got linen. Well, looks, yeah, 134 linen. We can sell that. We should probably start to sell yarn and other things as well. And honey. So let's go over to our trading post. Sure, we'll upgrade that well. Where are you? Trading post. Trade. So we can open up trade. Not on weaponry, we don't deal in such. We can export shoes for sure. Don't need more than 800 pairs of shoes standing by. We only do the one style, it's called leather boot. And honey we can export as well. Don't need to have anything over 50, let's say. I don't think it gets sold on the market. Wax we can export. Anything over 10, sure. Some wax round if we need it. Leather, we're using all of that to make shoes. And yarn, yeah, we don't need 2,000, do we? So let's export everything over 1,500, let's say. And linen we will export as well. I don't intend to make anything with that whatsoever. Good, well that should open up a fair few more export routes. We've got 2,300 dress stone, so I can't imagine that will be a problem come time. What I am going to do though is go and redress the limit here of planks to 400. The reason I'm doing that is when we come time to build the wall here, we're definitely going to want a bunch of excess material plank-wise to make sure we've got everything we need to do our building. Right, well, we're done over here essentially. I really like how that looks. It's sort of carved out of the woodlands. I'm looking forward to seeing these fruit trees grow up. And I love what we've done with the farm. So we'll leave the farming quadrant to itself and focus back up over here. And goodness, we've almost filled up the place already. Let's get 3 workers in this granary and 3 workers in this storehouse. And we'll also get 3 workers in that granary as well. And hopefully that'll go a fair way to addressing this problem. We've got a well here. Let's go ahead and plant up. So it's going to be apple, 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 quince, quince, quince. And then we can go ahead and upgrade these as well. And just as soon as we're done with that upgrading, we can go straight away and say goodbye to the mushrooms. And build our burgage plots here. Looks great. And there's only 9 left, so what we're going to do now is Reduce the number of workers to 1, because you're only going to be producing herbs going forwards. Which we will leave you to do, because why not? And we're just going to build a few things over the remaining... There we go. Don't rush that. Just to get rid of the mushrooms altogether. And that also takes it off the map, which is nice. So it shows us our not so circle, which I think is rather nice. Another upgrade to be made there. We've got construction going on over here. And you know what? It's been a long time since we watched a construction in one of these videos, so why don't we settle down and watch this one take place? Lovely jubbly. So that's all of those almost put together. We'll get those 2 upgrades done. Still 9 available, soon to be 10 accommodation spaces, and already people moving into that first row that we built down here as well. So what are these going to be? Well, we've done... What have we done? We've got goat, pig, chicken. Forgotten what that animal was called then. Pig, goat. Just make sure this is set up for... Not you. You. No, not you. You. Yeah, wheat. It's fine. Goat, chicken. I guess it's pig again. Which is probably the best use of the space anyway. So we'll build a bunch of extensions on here in the form of animal pens. Good stuff. Splendid. And then we'll get some upgrades going there soon as well. Let's get another granary and storehouse pop down over here as well. So storehouse sideways as always, and granary straight on. And we might as well get another small market stall. Actually, no, they're close enough to here to service that. And we'll get that granary up and running. We'll get a couple of workers at this storehouse. A couple of families, rather. I suppose it amounts to the same thing. Because we are also looking at a storehouse shortage as well. But everyone looks pretty well equipped. I mean, we look up here. Oh, look at all those foods. Isn't that lovely? Everyone seems pretty well serviced, I've got to say. How are the trees down here? Not blossoming yet. I'm looking forward to seeing that, to be honest. Oh gosh. You're not upgraded to level 2. I do apologise. 21 days left to harvest. Goodness, things are looking good. Fuel has popped that down to 11 months, so I am definitely considering implementing some charcoal production over here. And as much as we're reforesting this, we are definitely chopping it down almost as quickly, aren't we? More movage is taking place. And pigs, that's what we're doing, isn't it? Let's order a whole raft of piggies all the way along. And there we go. Then we'll pop a couple of upgrades and move straight on, I think, to building out the next section. So +2 monthly migration. So that's going swimmingly. How are we doing in terms of alcohol production? We're up to 177 ale. Do we have any malt left? No, we've used up all our malt now. Actually, we're using it up. We're still actually turning last year's barley into malt. Which tells me we probably need to get some additional malt houses. Now, it occurs to me, we haven't upgraded our church yet. Ooh, we're good. Thought the game had it. So let's upgrade that to a stone church, and that's sure to make everyone even happier. I wonder if that will tip us over 90% approval. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Good, this is built. So let's get 3 workers at that granary. Upgrade both. We're still keeping on top of things nicely. Let's go and build our next bunch of burgage plots, and the last in the outside ring. 1, 2, 3. That's too many. Oh no! Pause the game. Delete the plots. Typical T's done a misclick. But I thought I was going to get through the entire playthrough without misclicking the bloomin' build button. But no. Great Scott, he's done it. Oh well. Worse things have happened, and I'm sure worse things will happen again. It's perfectly rectifiable, he says, as beware the shape doesn't work anymore. That's my one chance. Don't say stuff like that, typical. It's terribly cynical. Okay, let's try from this side. Oh, bother. This would happen, wouldn't it? Okay, did we click slightly around the top here or something? What did we do last time? Come along, old chap. Don't be like this. Don't do this to typical. It's not fair. Go away. Bother off. I'm having problems. Might have to rebuild this road, you know. Might just be too long. Which side did I come from just then? It worked just now, didn't it? I'm not imagining things. We did snap it all the way up to that road. Okay. Let's pause for a moment and rebuild this road. No, it's not right, is it? Let's get the curve right as well. Alright, okay. It's a bit kinky there, isn't it? Nope, too much. How's that? It goes a bit flat at the top there. Why did I decide to do this? Why couldn't I have just... the one misclick would result in something as catastrophic as this, wouldn't it? It's just typical's luck. Has that resolved our woes? Bother. It has not. Oh, yes it has. Don't blooming misclick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Click. Right. Problem solved. Issue averted. How much timber do we have? Not quite enough. Right, because we'll get on with this pretty much straight away after that as well. And more granaries and storehouses are of course in order to service the lovely people who will be moving into our new neighborhood. Get these. Let's do both ends. And if we can get some additional water sauces as well, I'm sure that would be most appreciated by our dear residents. And we'll snap this around here. Nope, nope, yes, yep. Oh, that'll do. Same this end. Don't need these to be terribly uniform. Little something like that there. Don't really mind about those interconnecting roads. Doesn't bother me that much. Probably should. It would be more consistent with my my character if it did. It's just more me, isn't it? And yes, we could put more here. Forest Hut's only producing herbs now. I can't imagine we're really using herbs for anything, are we? No, we're not. Cheerio, chum! Right, and oh goodness, look! Level 2 church. Let's get someone working there. In fact, let's get 3 people working there. Maybe that way it will never collapse. Maintenance. It's basically your entire job. Right. As you can tell, I've had problems with that in the past. Where is our tool boy? Tool boy! I want you to make 100 and 85 tools, 86 tools even, so that we never run out. This is your job. Upgrade these piggy houses as they are completed, or moved into rather, and people get ever so happy. And we'll get these storehouses and granaries upgraded to large as soon as they're constructed. And the houses, we of course want to get down with our orchards. And that will be the end of the outside ring of the settlement, which is just bamboozling that we've got so far. Lots and lots of construction happening, so take a little minute to get everything put together. But it is looking rather good, isn't it? Now I am going to temporarily need to get rid of these shrubs. Tempted to get a logging camp directly in here. Yeah, to be honest, we might cheat. I might just go through and when I say cheat, improvise. I might go through here with some corpse bits while the game's paused and delete loads. Just to get rid of most of them, because it is taking its time in terms of getting rid of them. Those are underway. Get that upgraded. That one's nearly complete. Once all these orchards are in, we'll go through and assign everything just like we did over here. We've got our mature orchards down here. Oh, what did we get from the harvest in the end? Lots of wheat grain this time I see, and some of that would have been milled into flour and baked already. So I'm happy to see that we appear to have got most, if not all, of the crops in this year. 200 barley, so a lot of that's been turned into malt. We might not even need to buy in ale, you know. And how much that would translate into wheat? We might not need to buy loads of wheat either. We're going to certainly have enough money that if we needed to, we could. Look at that, just 2% off getting that 100%, 90% approval. Oh, you never got upgraded. I do apologise, sir. And you want an upgrade, that's fine. And you two need to be built larger. Okay, and let's go through. So apple, 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 pear, 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 quince, quince, quince. Oh, it's almost sad, isn't it? It's the last time I'm going to do that. Whew. Dear. Right, okay. 9 available dwellings. Not going to waste any time. Going to get straight in with our next burgages. And it would, wouldn't it? It's this last... It knows this is the last bit I've got to do. And it's playing up. Right, so we're going to have to replace this road here as well. I might just trace this one. And then delete one of them. Hopefully not the one I just built. Nope, it wasn't, because I've deleted this entire road all the way around. Bother! Okay. At least it should be fairly easy to trace where this one went, because you've got all these burgage plot markers, which I guess we'll just follow round. Well, it's not going to be as curvy as we do that, is it? Okay, we'll just do our best. Because there's naught else we can do. Okay. This was a long road, wasn't it? At least that, you know, that's not too bad. At least where it was already previously, it's kind of dictated where we go. Has that fixed the problem? Yes, it has. And we're low on timber for the first time in a long time. It goes to show how much building we've been doing. We're only a few off those, so we'll just wait for those to come in, so that we may proceed with our most excellent plans. Mwahaha. Typical is happy. Yes, I did just talk about myself in the third person. Yes, I have become increasingly unhinged throughout this recording. No, that's not unusual. Right, are we done with those upgrades? There's one left in here, look. Everyone else appears to be at level 2 already. People are moving in up here. So we'll get those upgrades flowing. What's our population at? Are we at 1,000 yet? 741. Yeah, 3/4 of the way there. And we haven't even started on the inner ring of burgage plots yet. How are we doing food-wise then? So a little bit of mutton. Got 63 pork. Bit of chevron. Got veggies for days. We've got a reasonable number of fruits as well. Bread, yeah. And some eggs and milk as well. But, you know, those figures are only going to go up as we continue to build more burgage plots with rear extensions. Is there space in these to have 2 back-to-back with extensions? No, I don't think so. 2 back-to-back with no extension, yes. But we do not need that kind of density. Right, let's get some of these granaries and storehouses active. Now we've got lots of people moving in. Good, and you know, this has never got really bad, and the fact that we're at 98 and 99, or both 98% in terms of stock we have, means I don't really need to worry about getting that really far down to the green, so we might not do that whole reassigning process that we talked about previously. Let's just check that we're okay elsewhere in Quarry Town. Yeah, all good. All good over here as well. Just milling away. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Multiple Rundhofs in one playthrough. Well, I hope you're all enjoying this as much as I am. It's kind of the whole point, really, isn't it? Okay. Rundhof, whatever. Let's use the corpse pit. And let's clear out some of these trees, shall we? Especially those in this central area here. And then go through and delete those. Like so. Doesn't really seem to have made a dent, does it? Tell you what we could do. That would be even more efficient. Is place a massive market stall location. And then just delete it. Is that all corpse pits? Yeah. Yeah, let's try that. So let's go to market store. And just... I suppose you could do this with anything. Yeah, okay. That's easier. You could do that with pasture space as well. Oh, need to finish. Follow the outside edge, don't I? Good. That there. And then this one here. And finally, the one where the church is. I'll have to do in 2 halves, probably. This side as well. Yep. And just build something small. Not that, obviously. I can't put that down anywhere. Get rid of those 2 as well. Might still be a few trees left to get rid of. But that's definitely dealt with most of them, hasn't it? And the inside isn't going to matter because we're going to be building dwellings in there. Right, well that's certainly changed the whole shape of the place. Let's go and unlimit this guy's working area. One of you has a... Is it you? Yeah, well, clear work area. You can go and chop your trees down anywhere, mate. We're also going to... I think we might as well use the pasture for this. Let's make sure that anything in the outside rings here is also gone by the way of trees. Anywhere that we've not currently built something. So we can see all of that clear space that we have available to us. Without a load of blooming trees in the way. We've been planting trees absolutely everywhere. We don't need them hanging about all around our lovely circle. Just don't need it. How are you getting 9 sheep in there? Brief. And... No, not the sheep farm. Blooming pasture, honestly. My brain seems to have taken a holiday. That tree. I'm coming for you. You're not getting away just because you're in the corner there. Goodbye. Is that it? Have I done it? No, it looks like this is just somewhere that the foresters have taken care of. A few shrubs left to get rid of. And a few here as well, so we'll get rid of those. Good, good. Right, for the first time, we can really start to see what this place is looking like. It looks bare without the trees, doesn't it? But, you know, we have got plans for the middle here. It's not like it's going to be completely empty forever. We'll keep upgrading those as people move in. And then we've got all of these people to move into as well. We've got 15 available living spaces. And I think these we're going to assign to be animal pens once again. But we're probably going to put some goats in these because I feel like we haven't put any goats in for a while. So we'll build all of those. La-di-da. Oh, so much clicking. I'm exhausted. Simply exhausted. Wow. Typical lake. Very, very pretty indeed. I say, good show, old chap. Looking pretty strong. 88% approval. 758 residents. Nearly a year of food and fuel, and more than that in terms of food. And everyone's happy. How about it? Ale is being built up nicely from our farming quarter. People are moving in. They're planting their trees. They're tending their crops. They're doing things to their goats. We don't talk about the goat people. It's not done. Hopefully we're starting to build back up on timber. Certainly we've got together a lot of those planks now. And I imagine actually that's probably, since we changed the amount of timber we're doing, what's contributed to a lot of the re-deforestation we've seen over here, because we just needed to cut down that many more logs to cope with the amount of planks that are being produced by our saw pits. Had a few more people move in now, so let's just see if it's worth getting a few more workers in any of these granaries. Look okay, maybe we'll get a few extra in there. And what we're also going to do is add a few more, because why not? So we'll get a granary there, a storehouse, and then we'll put the market stall down here just below them. That's a house. Oh dear. Oh dear, typical. And maybe let's add a few extra wells around the place. And in general, we do need to add some more granaries because soon, very soon, we are going to be moving into the next ring for accommodation. And that is certainly going to put pressure on the market ring, which at the moment only has to cater for buildings either side of it, and soon it's going to have to cater for a heck of a lot more. I feel like we're building a space station, something like talking about Deep Space Nine. I'm talking about rings and habitation, etc. Okay, find a few more spots for these. I think there's plenty of market stall locations already, so we don't necessarily need to add very many more of those. Just some more of the granaries and storehouses ready for when we get more people moving in. Oh gosh, not enough goods, and I think we're pretty much going to be timber limited going forwards as well. We're going to have to wait for a little bit more to build up. I would also now, I think it would be a good time to build a couple of taverns. So we've got one down here somewhere. You here. So we'll want to upgrade you for sure. And then let's dot around a couple of more taverns as well. Just as soon as another log lands, there it is. But one there, so it's one there, maybe another two. One in this gap up here perhaps. And then one up somewhere near the first quarter that we started in, I think would be a good location. And hopefully that'll be enough to capture everywhere. Don't really want to put a pub in the next habitation ring, or to go into the centre either where our manor is going to be. So I think around the outside here is pretty much going to limit what can be upgraded. Having said that, I would have thought most burgage spots would be in range of these, especially once they're upgraded to large taverns. Once again, just wait for those logs to come in. We've done a lot of building recently, and it's taken its toll on our supply chains. Grand. Well, 9 available living spaces. We'll keep upgrading. These were going to be goats, weren't they? So we'll order in a whole bunch of goats for the goat people that we don't talk about. All their milking. It's frankly vile. Get those in there. I wonder if they make oat milk with their goats. Doesn't make any sense, does it? Oh well. Oh yes, yeah. They're ready for upgrading, we're just waiting for the logs. I tell you what, we'll let them do their thing, cut down some trees, and we'll come back to this once we're ready to build some more burgages. Right, so we have gathered some resources back in, but I've noticed we've just ticked down to 9 months of fuel, and we've only got 4 available living spaces left. So let's just double check how we are on the old market stall supply. Not too bad. Let's go through and upgrade those storehouses and granaries we placed down, as well as the taverns if we can as well. I doubt we'll have the resources actually to carry us all the way through here, but we'll try and get as many done as we can. Might as well upgrade that well too. And then we'll need to add a little bit more accommodation. Now I am thinking, because the fuel has dropped, perhaps rather than going straight to the inner ring here, the next thing to do might be to add that additional charcoal production over by the quarry that we talked about earlier on. And I think that's what we're going to focus for our next burgage plots. Ooh, as the royal tax goes up. So that's most of those upgraded, and that tavern as well. So with those underway, and all our timber used up, let's assess what we're going to do over here. So I think probably the easiest thing to do is, first of all, we're going to have to consider adding an additional granary and storehouse. So we might as well do that in this space here. Lovely, they both fit really nicely into there. And I think we'll probably put down a small market stall next to them as well, so they don't have to walk all the way over to the other one. And we'll get a well in there too, for the sake of it. We'll then add some burgage plots, wait for the timber to come in, but I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll go across here with the burgages in a line behind these ones. And again, we're not going to put extensions on them, I don't think. They're going to focus pretty hard on what they're going to be doing, which is forestation and on charcoal production. We may make this a reasonably large production area. Let's take this road up here, shall we? How's that look? Yeah, that looks like a reasonable continuation. And then let's take this road across here. Let's not do that actually. Don't like how that looks. How are we doing for lumber? 7. So what I'm thinking is this basically. Just like that. Turn off snapping. Let's go slightly smaller. We don't need that many dwellings to do what we want to do here. That looks good. So we'll just wait for 20 lumber, so there's another 9 to come in, and then we'll set that building. Right, so that's those under construction. We'll build a road off behind that to mimic the one that it's built on. Ooh, might come a bit further there, I'm not sure how straight our burgage plots are there. Okay, and we'll connect this across here. Actually, maybe let's take that across like that, and bring that down like this. And that needs to be just a bit further out there, doesn't it? How's that? Yeah, that's better. Albeit, this probably needs to come across a bit further. We could round it actually, like the first one. Yeah, that's good. We were running into that production bit because we're making 400 planks, so we're not taking much above 18 in terms of lumber at the moment. So let's squeeze in a couple more burgage plots here. Maybe one. Onto the end. And then immediately behind those, well, let's get down a little. Actually, we can just do it on this corner here, can't we? Let's get down a couple more foresters, and then we're going to get 1, 2, 3 woodcutters, and 2 charcoal kilns. And that's going to be taking advantage of this area here. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 families. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. May need a couple more actually. Also, we need some to work the granary and storehouse, don't we? So we definitely need a few more. Where are we going to put those? We could put them behind here, but that does start to encroach on this area. So let's take a road up here and build behind, like so. And once again, we're going to connect up here. Delete that a second. Let's curve a road around like that. And that's the one that will then carry down. Yeah, something like that there. Okay, and as people move in here, we'll assign them to their various jobs. So we'll need a granary and a storehouse worker. Then we'll upgrade both of those. You will be a forester who's working to keep this area forested. Like so. And then we'll just keep an eye on as people move in, we'll assign them to their jobs. As we get the last few bits of construction put together. And hopefully this will take care of our fuel problem nicely. Let's also get a few more burgage plots then. In behind here. I think that'll be the last expansion we do to this area over here. That should be more than enough people to work the industry that we've got set up here. So we'll let those be built, and we will assign people to those jobs. And when we're done, we'll go back over there and start looking at the inner ring. Okay, so nearly all of these are now moved into. We've got fully employed at the woodcutters' lodges here and the charcoal kilns. As a few more people move in, we'll send them to work at these foresters' huts to make sure that we keep this area nicely forested. It is going to see some deforestation, obviously, as we move through here, but hopefully nothing too drastic. And we do already have 2 fully employed foresters over here. And then with the additional ones here, I'm sure we'll be able to keep on top of things. And supply over here seems fine. Obviously, the ones who've just moved in haven't quite got around to going shopping yet. But other than that, there's no problemo. Good shenanigans. In that case, I think it's time that we addressed the next stage, because we are out of accommodation spaces, people. We're up to 10 months of fuel. Food is still looking fine. So we have addressed, I think, the charcoal production problem. It's quite odd, actually, because it turns out I built these firewood cutters, and they were all lobbing down trees here and here. So I've told them they can only work over there, and that does seem to have solved the problem. It does make me wonder, yeah, what these guys are doing at the other firewood. Yeah, see, why would you cut a tree down over there when you could be over here? These guys, are you doing that as well? Possibly. We may need to set up some restrictions on where they are allowed to go to cut down trees, I think. Yes. Alright, well, we'll deal with that as and when it becomes a problem. For now, I think that the production over here seems to have mostly taken care of that issue. So let's press on and let's build our inner ring. And I think these as well are also going to face outwards. Oh, and straight away, problems with it sticking to the outside. I'm going to ignore the problem and start where it isn't a problem. It's a problem everywhere. So maybe these are going to face inwards. Okay. Right. I may need to do some replacing of roads in that case. That does just about work, doesn't it? Just not quite going to the end. It's fine. Right, we'll build that there. And let's see if we can't replicate that on the other sides as well. Come on, sticky, sticky. Stick to the top. That definitely needs taken care of. I wonder if we can just build a road over it. And it'll snap to the new road. And solve all of our problems for us. Oh, how about that? Who'd have thought it? Let's do the same with these as well then. Goodness, that's a lot of road. Let's see if we can't snap into the corner there. I might just need to make this slightly tamer curve. A little something like that there. Whoop. Good. Build those. Gosh, it's a lot of burgage plots, isn't it? The game's like, what are you doing? Typical. Slow down. There's no rush. My friend. It is time. Time for the inner ring. Building must be done. And it must be done swiftly. Gosh, it's half straight away, isn't it? No hanging about. Imagine that's rather eaten through our timber reserves. Look at that, 20 spaces up for living. What's our population? 860 peeps. We're getting there. And look at this. 394 ale. Yeep. Ale is not going to be a problem when we go to open all of those lovely taverns. Bread probably is, but we're going to import it. We've got 21k in the bank. We're going to be fine. The game is definitely starting to take a bit of a lag break. So, hopefully that'll come to an end once most of the building here has been done. And obviously, as people move in, pretty sharpish, we're going to need to make sure that we're increasing the number of people working at these open extra granaries and storehouses we've placed down to make sure that we've got people enough to do the jobs that need doing. And you can see people are already starting to move in, so I'm just going to start opening up these granaries. We'll also want a few people left over to go and work at the taverns afterwards as well, but I think there's going to be enough properties that that's not going to be a problem. Once we're done building these, I'm going to go through and build various extensions on them, so let's have a look at what we need. We're still looking pretty good for pork. Got lots of milk as well, which is good. And we're not going to build anything farm-wise, cabbage or orchards in these. So that all looks fine anyway. We've got plenty of those resources. So I think probably the thing to do is a combination of chicken, well, a combination of everything really. Starting with chicken though. So let's ignore that and go down here and let's build in some chicken coops to these. And then the next one over, we will do pigs, and then we'll do goats, and work our way around as such. And this is certainly going to eat into our plank stockpile, but don't see that being a huge issue. I'm sure we'll be able to build it up again fairly swiftly. We really do seem to have taken care of any of the forestation problems we thought we might have at the start of the game. And who'd have thought? Not that long ago, I say not that long ago, it's a very long video, I know, but, you know, relatively speaking, not that long ago, I was worried about feeding our initial 6 families or whatever it was, but we got there. Right, let's cycle back around here, and these will be chickens again. Make sure that all these people moving in are contributing towards production. It does feel much more balanced than some of the previous builds I've done, like the Angerdorf or even the Angerdorf V2, where there wasn't enough production of things like meats and ancillaries later on in the game when we had lots of people moving in. It feels like this time we might stand a chance, and obviously once we get to level 3, the number of people moving in, and level 4 as well, to each burgage plot is going to go up a lot. But at the moment, we do have an excess of things like milk, even eggs, and meats. And we're only going to increase that number for the time being. It may be that we do get to a point where it stops working, but hopefully it's going to be a little while till we get to that point. So we were going to do pigs in these first ones here. So we'll click all of those through. And then in the second bank here, we'll do goats. Oh, pigs in that one apparently. Never mind. Just the way it is now. And we'll also obviously get the level 2 upgrades as we go as well. Oh, and what we run out of? No, nothing. You just didn't want to be upgraded anymore. It's rude, isn't it? I'm sure you'll come round. You've just not been shopping in a while, obviously. There you go. You visited the shops. All the stalls, I suppose I should say. Right, and that is really starting to densen the old population. Looks a bit more like a squashed octagon here, doesn't it? Or pentagon even. Never mind that. Slight slip up. Fuel is taken care of. That's good to see. I imagine we're carving a hole here. Yeah, we are. But we'll be able to plant it back just as quickly, so I'm not concerned about that whatsoever. And as I said, as people move into these, let's make sure we keep on top of the granaries and the storehouses. And open up new ones as and where it feels necessary as well. While still keeping a few back for running the taverns later on. Okay, we've got 54 timber, and we've got spare people. So I think we should carry on with our construction. So we'll keep on round, doing exactly what we've done previously. God, the game doesn't half chug, does it, when you press the old build button? Build. It's like, why? Why have you done that? Why have you played the game? So this road needs building over. No problemo, we can do that. Wait. Just one more. Not enough goods. Not enough goods. Well, we're not far off. And it doesn't take us long to build them up because we're at the right number of planks. So we're not going to eat through them too quickly for that reason. So we'll just wait here. This is a prestigious click. This click is going to be the last click, hopefully, for building burgage plots, apart from upgrades, etc., in this playthrough. It's a big moment, people. It's a big moment. Enjoy it with me, Typical T. I've gone radio mode, haven't I? I do apologise. I appear to be the waffle stage of recording, when normal commentary just turns into absolute drivel. My sincerest apologies, viewers. It's taking longer than I thought it would to get these logs. It's quite awkward, actually. Like I promised you something, and I've not been able to deliver on it quite as quickly as one might have hoped. Just 2 more logs now, people. Don't take long, honestly. Hey! Click! Oh! Why does the royal tax come over at that very moment? How irritating. Right, so, yes. Let's watch some building, which again we haven't done in a while. We'll take a top-down view. Something like that there. Let's watch the last of our burgage plots. Last of our level 1 burgage plots pop into existence. And would you look at that? All of our burgage plots in place. It's quite the sight to behold, isn't it? I think this has definitely got to be one of my favourite playthroughs yet, and definitely one of my, well, if not my favourite settlement. Oh, it's my favourite, it is. Oh, yes. Right. few more upgrades are in order, most likely. And we'll need to install some extensions, etc. Work there. Still looking surprisingly okay on the old supply chains. So let's work our way around, and I guess, why don't we do 2 lots of animal pens and then back to chickens. So we'll just bring these all the way across here. Splendid. Definitely going to need to get my wrist and looked at after this. I think this city may on its own have given me carpal tunnel syndrome. But yeah, such is my cross to bear. Splendid. And then this one here will be for the flappy bird things that don't fly. Yum yum. All organically sourced here, no battery farming. All reared in their back gardens, free to roam. And then finally, we'll get some more animal pens. Do. Alrighty. Splendid stuff. Well, the next thing to do really is wait for all that to happen, I suppose, and for more people to move in. We're getting pretty close to that 1,000 mark. And also, population-wise in this playthrough. If you wouldn't mind subscribing, it would be most appreciated. I know most of you aren't, but if you enjoy the content and you like a typical tea, then be a part of growing the channel. It's really appreciated. I feel like I've slipped into a serious moment here. Really appreciate you guys, and I love you guys giving me the opportunity to do what I enjoy, really. Thank you kindly. Oh, enough slop. Back to the game. Yes, we need more people to move in. Move in, please. 54 available living spaces. We're likely to hit over 1,000 population before we even get up to a level 4 burgage plot. We've certainly got enough alcohol stash to celebrate. And we're probably producing more, yes. We've got 353 barley, so we definitely need to get another malt house up and running. We have one here, and I'm just waiting for some people to move in on this side, and as soon as they do, we'll get that malt house active. So we can start turning all of our barley into malt. Looking at that number though, I'm thinking we may even need to get a second one. So let's get another malt house, and where can we squeeze you in? Probably here. We'll pop you down there, and once again, you do need to wait for some people to move in before we can activate you. And we will keep an eye on the old supply chains and employ people as we get more people moving in at the additional dwellings, the additional premises we have commissioned for such a purpose. How have we built all these extensions? Let's go pigs here, all around. Wood, and then goats here. It'd be cool if you could keep swans at your manor as a source of food for your lord. Yes. And then pigs. Finish things off over here. Hopefully that will keep us well supplied as far as meat goes. There is a wall of hangover trees here that we need to deal with. Excommunicado style. Grief, what's wrong with your game? It's most of them. Not all of them though. Come on. Come on now. Oh, still hasn't got rid of that one. Guess that tree's here to stay. And then these ones here. Good stuff. Okay. The manor looks rather lonely, doesn't it, in there? Now, we have an open quarter here, here, and here. We've got the church here. Do we want anything else inside of the manor grounds, such as a few burgage plots with some orchards, perhaps? Thing is, I wouldn't be able to touch them once they're in there. And if we try to upgrade them to level 4 beforehand, I think that could be an absolute pain. So I think we might leave it open, except for the wall, obviously, that will surround. I suppose we could always do an inner wall and an outer wall, couldn't we? That's a cool idea. We kind of do with the church being a bit further back if we're doing that. I think we're going to move the church, you know. Okay, right. Let's move the church. And let's put it in this quadrant here. Maybe even off the road here. Yep. And then we'll demolish this church. Oops. And then we'll have an inner wall, potentially, and an outer wall. And that will help fill up some of the space, I think. That'll look good. Right, so let's get this church constructed. And we'll, of course, keep making our regular upgrades over here as well. And as soon as that's built there, which by the looks of it, with all the people available, is not going to take long at all. That's another nice thing about having most of your settlement in one area, is that everyone's local. Sometimes in these big playthroughs that I do, I have all my people spread across the region, and the unassigned families are so far away from where you're trying to do your construction, it takes an absolute age for anything to happen. Anyway, aside over, nearly there, with this new church, which I shall christen New Churchia. Come along. 3%, how hard can it be? One thing I do wish you could do is skip upgrade levels. I should be able to build a level 2 church straight away. If I've got the resources to do so, I shouldn't have to build this, then knock it down straight away in order to build the larger version. Right, it's completed. Let's upgrade that to the large church. Whoa. Saving complete. It almost killed the game. That's so pretty. Get a new church built, which we decided to make absolutely no changes compared to the last church. So it's going to be identical in every way. That's how unimaginative we are. Well, I'll tell you what, we could make the bell a different sound, couldn't we? We'll call that an iteration. Right, nearly there. How are we doing for stone? 6,000. I think we'll be okay. We're going to skip straight to the stone walls as well, so we don't need to worry about having enough logs around. We're not going to need very many for construction. Okay, just as soon as that's open, let's unassign everyone from this church. You can all have a day off before the new church opens. There we go. Employs 3 people. Lots of maintenance. And we'll change the bell to that. Demolish this church. Gosh, that was quick. That was a lot quicker than building it took. Because it is faster to demolish. And amazing as well how the stone just disappears into the shape of 5 logs. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. Keep working our way around. How are we doing for goods? We're up to 19 months of fuel, so fuel is not a problem anymore. We carve into there. And how's the market stall handling things? It doesn't look to really have made a difference. We will, however, keep employing more people at the new granaries and storehouses, just to make sure we do in fact stay on top of the problem. There's the lovely sound of the new church. And I think what I'm going to do for a minute is let a bunch of people move in, and then we'll come back to do some upgrading. Right, so here's the deal. We're at 88% approval. We've got 20k in the bank and 2.7k raw tax, so we only need to get to 95% approval to get +3 monthly migration, which will speed things along. So let's keep tax to 0. We can get rid of that altogether. We've got plenty of money in the bank for the king, so that will help. And then what we will do is we will start distributing some, but not all, of alcohol, of our alcohol through the large taverns. The aim being to keep people just happy enough to tip over 95% approval. We're not going to go straight for level 3 upgrades on properties. That is something we're going to hold off on. Hopefully we don't burn through all of our ale to do so. But it should allow us, hopefully, to get up to that 95% approval. That will allow us to significantly boost the number of people moving in, get everyone populated, and then we can get on with getting everything up to, well, enough up to level 4 to get to the large town settlement level. And then we can get on and build our manor, our stone manor with our stone walls. And I can't wait to see what that looks like. So hopefully we've employed 2 people at this tavern. And they should be stocking some ale. We may even get a third one there. We've got plenty of people available, 23 unassigned families at the moment, and there'll be more moving in. The market stalls still looking okay, not much change. We will keep go ahead though. Keep go ahead, yes. Language, it's going well. Get a few more people working in here, moving in, and they can operate, making sure that we do keep our marketplaces well stocked so that we have access to everything through our burgage plots, which of course will help with approval. So we're up to 89%, growing all the time. Hopefully we can get to that 95% as I said, and look at that. Everything in proximity to that tavern is ready to go up to level 3, but we're not gonna take the bait. We want people to move into all of these fresh level 1 burgage plots before we upgrade. If we upgrade, we'll have a whole bunch of people moving into plots that, are already occupied. How many people do we have? Have we... Oh, 938. We are well on our way to that 1,000 mark. Right. Let's sit back and see if this approval ticks up. So we've not quite managed to get to the 95%, we're still at 89, but we've got only 15 burgage plots left for people to move into before we can start getting to the upgrading. Now, we have got a bit of a backlog of barley, so I've opened up a few additional malt houses, and there's one more that I've got going up somewhere as well, over here. So we'll get some employees there. And we're also putting together a windmill because it's going to be cheaper for us to buy in the wheat sheaves themselves, I believe. We go over to the trading post and have a look. Yeah, wheat sheaves. Being able to buy those and mill them down into flour and then turn that into bread is going to be a much cheaper way of us getting the grains we need to get to level 4. I've also put additional workers, got both of the trading posts fully active, and built a little road here to make it a bit easier to access, and that has massively increased our trade export, which is fantastic, so we're making even more money to help buy in those wheat sheaves. But of course, with those wheat sheaves, we're going to need to be able to process them. So I'm building a windmill just down here, which has 100% efficiency. And then we're going to need a couple of additional bakeries, and also we're going to need to get some more brewers, because at the moment we are outstripping our malt production. We've got 284 malt, and we're not turning it into ale fast enough. So we're going to open up another 3 breweries, and then next to that, not next to that, we need to go to our level 3s, and we're going to open up an additional 3 bakeries. So that'll give us 4 bakeries in total, and we may need to get a second windmill as well. It looks like there's just enough space for that over there, or potentially over there. And we really are starting to fill up this space. We still aren't looking massively pressed on the granary and storehouse supply chains. Those look mostly okay, so I don't think we'll need to worry about them for the rest of the game, given that we're at 98% supply for everything for everyone. Let's get this windmill constructed so we can get a few workers in there. And then we may start to get the import going on the wheat sheaves. You can see we've got 156 wheat grain actually. We're just not turning it into wheat fast enough. So I'm definitely going to go ahead and get down a second windmill actually within the Rundling itself. Rundhof, whatever you want to call it. And get a few workers in here while we can. Look for any potential upgrades. We've got plenty of families to assign to these jobs, and also to assign it to the taverns when the time comes. Let's make sure that all of our bakeries here are set up to make wheat bread. There's wheat sheaves we're going to be buying in. And let's just double check that everything's okay on our breweries. So that looks fine. Still be making much better use of all of the malt that is available to them. And we may need to buy in more barley as well. That's something we'll just have to keep an eye on, depending on how long we need to keep upgrading everything for and keep everyone supplied with ale. So let's go over to the trader post, and we're going to go and look at the grains. So we're going to import barley, and we're going to import wheat sheaves, and we want to keep a surplus of 50 barley and 100 wheat sheaves. And hopefully with the considerable export we have of other goods, that's something we'll be able to afford to keep up. We are going to need to start taxing ourselves again at some point just to keep the king happy as well, but we're not going to worry about that too much for the second. We may open another trading post as well, just because we do have an excess of things still that we can be selling. Maybe we'll put that over here. It doesn't need to be with the other ones necessarily. So we'll pop down a trading post. Maybe we won't. Go here. No, let's go here. Pop a trading post down there. And make sure that we've got space to stable the horses next door. And we'll go over to the livestock trading post and ask for another 4 horses. And just as soon as those hitching posts are constructed, we'll turn them into stables. And we're open with the windmill, both of them actually, so we'll get both fully operational. Check for anyone that's moved in. Yep, get a couple of upgrades down there where they have and where they're ready. And then over at the trade post, we have to wait a minute for construction to take place over here. There we are. Come together nice and quickly now that people have arrived. Come along, people. We've got a town to build, don't you know? A town to upgrade, to expand. And look at that. We've gone over 1,000 in population. We're up to 1,034 peeps. So that snuck up on us, didn't it? Missed that one coming through. You know, if it needs repairing, repair it, for goodness sakes. Don't wait for me to tell you to do it. You should have plenty enough tools. 44, in fact. Let's upgrade you. We've got a town with 1,000 people in it. Absolutely crazy. Brilliant. It really is filling up this region, isn't it? And we could do with a few more of these farms. If we were thinking of playing this for much, much longer, and long-term sustainability of food supply, we would definitely need to set up a couple of extra of these farm areas, which I don't think would massively affect the forestation that we have. We've certainly not got a shortage of pork or vegetables, so that's great to see. And are we making our way through that grain backlog? Yep, we are starting to make our way through, and wheat flour is being produced. I imagine, yep, that's translating to a fair bit of fair bit of bread being produced for the market as well. Let's set you to have 4 horses and 4 workers, so we can, again, increase our export. We're up to 37,000 regional wealth, and that's even with starting to buy in those additional sheaves of wheat. And they should be turned into grain pretty much straight away by our farmers over here. So I imagine the sheaves are being taken over here and then ground down. We'll have to wait and see. Because I've not actually bought in wheat sheaves directly before. It's always been something that we've harvested. What's everyone doing? Transporting. So possibly going to go and get some wheat sheaves. I'll have to keep an eye on that and see what happens. Presumably they'll transport it there. Gosh, up to 78 bread already. So the wheat sheaves just sat there at the moment. Don't appear to be producing additional wheat grain at the moment. Just got those 100 sheaves. Are we going to have to buy in grain altogether? Oh no, they're transporting. Okay, yeah, they've got a long way to go, haven't they? So it looks like they're going all the way over here to go and get the wheat sheaves and bring it back to the farm. I suppose we could put a farm over here with the sole purpose of turning sheaves to grain. Possibility. But we won't worry about that too much for the moment. We'll just watch and see how things develop. Certainly got lots of malt. That doesn't seem to be a problem at the moment. Of course, that doesn't have to be transported all the way back to the farm to be turned into malt. That just goes to the malt houses. We're down to the last 5 burgage plots, and then it's going to be time to turn on the old taverns. Still got 7.5k dress stone. And gosh, our settlement really does dominate the region, doesn't it? Even from over here. Looking at it across the way. You can see just how big it looks and vast. Across the lake. That looks fantastic. It's always nice when something looks as good from afar as it does up close. Wow. Well, chaps. And chapettes. I'm very happy with how this looks. 4 burgage plots to go. I feel like it's a bit of a countdown here. How many population are we going to end on? We're on our way to 1100. Good gravies. Once we start upgrading, there'll be a fair sight more available than that. Finances seem to be holding fairly steady without problem. We have 200 roof tiles. I imagine that will be enough for our upgrades for the time being. Ooh, just a few more to go. So exciting. What are these oxen doing? Right, chums. You're starting to get laggy. I need to slow down the game so you can escape. They do that sometimes. They don't like leaving at full speed. It's very bizarre. Are we making way with those sheaves? 107 apparently, so I presume that means we've, yeah. We're turning that into grain. That's fine. Now we're about to have harvest as well. Yeah, we've made our way mostly through those sheaves, so we'll be getting another batch in shortly, I'm sure. What are we up to? 573 ale, so that's grown nicely, and nearly 300 bread. Goodness, that sorted us out nicely. Down to 3 burgage plots. I think it's time to unleash the upgrades. Let's go ahead and get 3 workers at each of our 4 taverns. You there, and then you here. Grand. Get that upgrade there. And hopefully the supply keeps up. General goods has dropped by a few %, so we may need to get some additional workers at storehouses, but I don't foresee that being a problem. And hopefully, before long at all, we will see green arrows pop up absolutely everywhere. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Got to get the ale to the taverns. And the ale needs to be transported directly down the throats of our patrons. And then we'll quickly fly through the small town settlement level. And hopefully straight on to the medium and large town. Without too much of a delay at all. As we come down to our last available living space. Going to be impeccable timing here. As that disappears, we'll be ready to start upgrading. Oh, here we go. The upgrades are here. Right, we're going to go through. I'm going to prioritize the inner ring that backs onto what will be the town's walls. But I'm not opposed to doing the next quarter as well. We should have plenty of resources to make it happen. 330 planks stored, although we have burned through those quite quickly. It is 8 per upgrade. I may go in and alter the plank limit. Head over here. Get a worker in there. And I'm going to set that to 800 planks as the limit. And I'm going to give you some permanent livestock assignments to help. Ooh. There we go, some of the inner ring as well. There's some gaps here that make me think we might actually need to have more taverns if we're going to get to these burgage plots here. It'd be a shame to leave them at level 2, being the inner ring. But it is what it is. Let's see, gosh, the amount of available living spaces here is absolutely skyrocketing. And wow, we're burning through those planks quickly. Right, let's pause the game quickly. And just work our way through. And make sure we get all of these on the inner ring that we can. Oh, there's going to be so many spaces for people to live, it's ridiculous. I suppose it will almost double the capacity, won't it? Oh, it's all of these. We might be alright actually with the inner ring, because so far, going around this way, a bit of a gap here, but pretty much uninterrupted all the way around. How are we doing for resources? Nearly out of planks. Right, then we'll continue. Ooh. There's a sight to behold. I'm going to focus, like I said, on the inner ring. So I'm not going to upgrade these yet because I do think we're going to start running out of resources. And I don't want to get these ready to upgrade and then not have the resources to make it happen. Now, where are the nearest taverns? There's a tavern here. I would have thought that would be close enough to service those. We've got that one here, which is a little bit further away. I'll just have to wait and see. I'll keep an eye out for any other gaps on the inner ring as well, where things are ready to be upgraded, and snap them up as soon as they are. My goodness, these 8 unassigned families got a lot of work between themselves, haven't they? Yes, royal tax increase, crop rotation. There's more important things going on. It's a slew of level 3 upgrades. And there we are. The small town settlement level has been reached. And just as soon as we get upgrading to level 4, we'll be at the medium town, and I don't think it'll be long after that that we're at the large town level. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. It's well maintained. It's good. Oh, here we go. A few more on the inner ring. We'll pause the game and get in there while that requirement is there. And continue things on. If we have to add a tavern here to temporarily allow us to upgrade to level 3, then we will do. But if we can avoid it, I will. It's basically where I'm at with that. Let's set an overstock here. Just in the off chance that helps get some ale out to our good friends here in these burgage plots. I mean, if you've got ale, you should have ale. That's my current opinion. Oh, it's trippy and it's laggy. I'm not surprised. There's a lot of people that live here. 1,063. I wonder how many people live in the Rundling itself. It's probably well under 1,000, because we have got other small settlement here, small settlements, and a burgage plot row up here, and some accommodation there. But most of it is focused in the Rundling, to be honest. Oh, a couple in here, look. Get those going. I would have thought at least about 800 would be here. It certainly can house 1,000, as you're seeing with all of these available living spaces that are going together as we speak. As winter approaches, not a great time to be taking the roof off your house, I must say. But, needs must, and we must get up to level 3. And as these level 3s are finishing, what are we needing? So, obviously we need beverages, which you should already have, but there we are. Animal produce and fruits and meats and fishes. Now, we definitely have all of those in abundance. I guess we might be struggling on the multiple different types of meats and fishes. So it may be that we need to order in some fish. We have the economy for it because the wheat and the barley is not setting us back. We're down to 266 ale. Got plenty of malt. And it looks like we're turning our flour into bread as soon as we can. It's just haven't got enough flour to go around. Oh, and that was level 3. Is that already level 3 or is it level 2? No, it's level 2. Going to level 3. But we had our first level 4 then for a second. It might be we need to import some fish. So... Whoa. Alright, game. It's alright. It's okay, lovely. I think we might as well get straight on with that. Let's go ahead and import carp. Let's try and keep a stockpile of 300. That's going to be a very, very expensive import. But I think we need it for the added food variety. I mean, like I say, we were already decent with pork, chicken, chevron, small game. But obviously we're not producing anything but pork in a large enough quantity to be supplying the same house with more than one type, unfortunately. A bit bizarre for the houses that, already have chicken. To not have 2 meat types because, they have chicken. But there we are. And not everyone's getting grains. How are we doing for bread? We've got 590 wheat bread. How are we doing on the supply chains? Granaries are looking a little stretched. Let's get some additional families working at granaries. As and when we have people moving in, that's what we built the additional granaries for. And I'm sure we could also, in a few spaces here, fit in a few additional granaries if we needed to. But we have a few anyway, so let's... For anything that doesn't have 3 families in it, let's get them up to 3. To make sure we're making the most of that granary's capabilities. And it looks like that might be... Oh, one there. We can get a couple in there. That might be about it for the second. Hopefully, the town is not too big for us to get burgage plots up to level 4. That was one of my worries when we started this playthrough. But I would have thought our supply chain's been pretty solid all the way through. This is looking quite stretched now, though. It might be time to go through and start building some additional granaries, just to try and cope with the excessive demand that our enormously growing population is putting on them. So let's fill in any gap we see with a granary. And then as people move in, we should have plenty of people who are available to work them. Storehouses will be an issue as well, I'm sure. But hopefully they're okay for the moment. Alright, it's about as many as we're going to cram in on a quick sweep around. We need people to move in before we can get them operational anyway. And we're still not done with those level 3 upgrades in the first ring. Not overly keen to move to the second while we're waiting for material to come in as well, because we are definitely behind on planks and timber. That would be stopping us from upgrading to level 4 at the moment. Anyway, now, just remembered, we won't be able to see if it's ready for level 4. You are, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Some are ready. And that's because I've forgotten again that it doesn't show the upgrade tick. You have to look for plots where the banner for the plot when you hold tab is lower than the others. So let's just go around, and anything that's lower, let's make sure that we upgrade that to level 4 just as soon as the requirements are met. So it looks like it's just going to be those 2 that we saw initially. Where was that other one? Over here. And, okay. We did upgrade a few over here. Level 3. So we can keep an eye on those as well, because they may too be ready to get to level 4. So no, there are plots now ready for level 4, but we're out of planks. Hopefully that's something we can take care of fairly swiftly. I thought we'd built up a massive stockpile, but obviously all those upgrades to level 3 really has taken out of us in terms of our industrial capabilities. What are you doing? Why are you waiting? Have I broken the system by giving you permanent livestock assignment? I'm going to assume yes. But also we do need to bring in more timber. That's taking a minute. Maybe let's get a few extra families in at the logging camps. See if we can't get a bit more of that brought in. Does feel like a bit of a race against time now until we run out of resources and the amount of people we have to feed starts to break the supply chains. So I definitely want to be getting these upgrades done as soon as they're able to be done. I'll import planks if that's what it takes to get it done. But it shouldn't be that hard to acquire some more planks, to be honest. We're at 18 timber. So there should be timber going to the woodcutters right at this second. I'm surprised you're cold, you haven't got a roof. And only 5 families available for construction is definitely going to slow construction down. Not that that in and of itself is a massive dilemma. And although we have been functioning well all the way through, I think we are starting to get to the size now where the complexity of this town and the number of people living here, over 1,000, is starting to get to the game just a little bit. Right, so it's definitely timber being taken to the sawmill because we're seeing the number fluctuate up and down without any construction really going on. So we'll just wait for that number of planks to pop up. There it is. It's going up. So let's find some of those burgage plots ready for a level 4 upgrade. Where are you? Probably doesn't need it anymore. Would be typical, wouldn't it? What are we missing out on? Meats, fishes. Still some level 2s there. Missing garments. It's odd. Definitely got enough of those. 2,100. Oh, there's one. We'll get that upgrading. There's another one there. Upgrade that. And just keep scouting. Which is harder in a circular settlement. For the icon badges that are appearing lower, is if there should be an upgrade triangle sat directly above them. Where are you? I know you're here. You want upgrading, I know it. I know it. I've got a bit of a beverage problem. Running low on beverages. Well, we've got plenty of malt, so perhaps we ought to open up a few more breweries. And we'll do that over here. And not you, but you. You're going to make alcohol now. And you. And you. And you. Right, so we've got a couple of level 4 upgrades going on there. We seem to be getting on top of the ale production problem to some extent, but we're definitely still not producing enough. There was a bit of a lag in buying in the extra barley, getting that turned into malt, and then we had to open some additional breweries. But hopefully, we can start to push through that now. And with any luck, a few more of these level 3 burgage plots are going to pop up as ready for upgrading to level 4. We've just got to bide our time, be patient, and hopefully they will come to us. It's just, I wish they'd make it so you could see that lemon green arrow. Make life much easier, certainly. Oh, are you on? No. You duped me. You duped me. Because you're set slightly lower than the other burgage plots. Oh dear. Most tedious. Most tedious. Oh, you're ready. Splendid. So that's 3 next to each other there. It's obviously an area with a bit more of a supply. Okay, so we can see the supply here. So you can see most places do not have access to entertainment. Some do. And the ones that do are swiftly being upgraded to level 4. All we can do really is increase the amount of ale available. And hopefully before long, everything will be ready. So you haven't got 2 kinds of meats. That should be pretty easy for you to do. Come on, man. You're ready. Good. And you are. Lovely. It looks like perhaps we might be on the right track. How are we doing for ale? 101, yeah. So we were at 60 earlier. So we're definitely upping it. We have burned through about 10,000 of our bank account reserve. So this isn't sustainable in the long term. So we just need to make the absolute most of it while we can. And yep, looks like most of the level 4s are over here at the moment. It's this tavern that's doing particularly well. Perhaps not surprising. It's not far away from the breweries. Yeah, breweries are there. Again, I would have thought this brewery, that brewery is not a brewery. This tavern would have decent access as well, and brewers across the road. But apparently not. Alright, anyone else over here ready for level 4? I don't need all of you. There's one. I just need enough of you. This is probably going to get us to the medium town level. It's just whether or not it's going to catapult us all the way to the large town, which of course is our main objective in this playthrough. So I'm not going to be looking to upgrade every single burgage spot here to level 4, because that would be insane. And the level of, the number of people we'd have in the burgages would be outrageous, to say the least. They do look nice though, don't they? The level 4s. Mind you, the level 3s are nice as well. I do like those. They're a big improvement on the level 2s. And of course, we will be upgrading the level 2s as well. It's level 3. I'm just not making it a priority over getting the level 3s up to level 4. How are we doing? Still hovering around the 100 ale mark. One way to do it would be to put a tavern in the inner circle, even if it was temporarily. Because then we wouldn't be supplying these level 2 burgage plots with what could otherwise be going to our level 3s. It's almost a shame you can't switch a toggle and say only level 3 are allowed access to ale. There's some kind of class system that would allow us to keep it from the level 2s so they don't drink up all the ale from their superiors, their betters. Still, we're up to 14 out of 15 families and we've got an upgrade finishing here, so I think once we've got that we'll probably get up to the next stage, settlement level wise. Burn through another couple of thousand of our bank account. Fortunately, we are still exporting a lot, so that's going to be going quite a long way to balancing the bank, as it were. Balancing the bill and keeping us in the fight. How are we doing otherwise? We've got lots of pork. Hey, there we are. The medium town level has been reached. So, we just need to get another 15 families up to the next settlement level. So yeah, what we were looking at, yeah, meat's good. I have to buy a lot of carp, obviously. Bread is not a problem. And vegetables are great. Fruits are pretty good. It's just that ale, isn't it? We are still increasing in terms of the amount of ale available, even with it all being drunk by our level 2 compatriots. Just not quite there. Not quite enough. And some of these burgage plots are missing other things. They haven't got quite enough food. And that's going to be contributing to the bottleneck as well, because even if they do occasionally get some ale through, it might not be enough. So, I don't know, perhaps we need to have more taverns. Just don't seem to have enough supply of the ones that we already have. Not getting enough ale to them. You will have a... Yes, here, what's your problem? You don't have the right to meat. Okay, right, what can we do? We've got additional families that have moved in. Don't know exactly where they are, but we could throw some of them into the granary supply chain. So let's see if we can find any granary that hasn't got 3 workers. We'll shove an additional worker into it. Upgrade you to a large granary. And you. Just to see if that tips us over the balance in terms of getting alcohol supplied to the taverns, perhaps. Maybe that is the main bottleneck that we're coming up against. You never know. So we'll get a number of... Whoa, game, chill, bro. We'll get a number of these granaries with additional workers. It's pretty much exhausted our available supply of free workers. Keep checking these burgage plots for anyone that's ready. Nope, 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 nope. You're mostly level 4 now anyway. Apart from the end one here. Winter is approaching indeed. Okay. I feel like we are pedaling in place a little bit. How are we doing for... Oops. Ale. 126 is still trending up. Just don't know if it's getting out. Got 101 families working on granary supply. It's still not in the green for supply. It's just saying, you know, mostly supplied. That doesn't seem to be translating necessarily into beverages arriving on people's plates. Something else we could do is put some granaries in here. That would be inside of the walls. I suppose it would make sense to have granaries inside of the walls. If you were in a siege or something, you'd want to have plenty of food inside your walls. Ooh, upgrade down there. Just doesn't... I'm not sure. I'm worried it might spoil the aesthetic that we've been going for. That being said, I'm not opposed to temporary buildings. And if we got down enough taverns in here to temporarily supply all of these, then perhaps that would be acceptable. We are nearly there, aren't we? We're 2/3 of the way there on level 4 burgage plots. I've got footwear. Go to the shop, man. There's plenty available. Many a market stall supplying you with such things. Right. I will keep on upgrading, and hopefully I'll join you in a minute once we get a few more of these burgage plots up to the next level. Okay, so we're up to 21 out of 30 level 4 or higher burgage plots to get to Large Town. We are definitely rolling now. What we've been doing is upgrading some of those burgage plots behind the inner ring that were ready for a level 3 upgrade. And they were almost immediately, like this one here, the cobbler shop, as soon as they got up to level 3, they had everything they needed as well, because they're right next to the taverns to get up to level 4. So we've got a bunch of those in the upgrade path, and as soon as they complete, we'll have everything we need for the Large Town settlement level, which is going to be simply stunning. And we have still, like that one there, got a few on the inner ring that are popping up as ready for upgrades as well. It's actually timber that we're struggling for more than anything else, so I'm being a little bit stingy on what I do and don't upgrade, and trying to prioritize upgrading level 4 burgage plots. Just a few more. Come on, give me the timber for the love of the light. There it is. Upgrade. Hey, nearly there. 23 out of 30. We've definitely got enough even now under construction, I'm pretty sure, to get us up to the higher level. And actually it's quite nice having a bit of a dispersed upgrade pattern throughout the settlement. What's he trying to say? Nobody knows. You know, it gives it a bit of more of an organic feel, I suppose. We've got a ridiculous 82 available spaces for families to move in, and we have an equally prosperous population of 1,165 souls, which frankly is too many people. And to be honest, our infrastructure agrees. We are struggling with the granary and the storehouse supply, down to 90% on food variety, still at 90% on goods, so that's not gone too badly. But we're definitely struggling a little bit with maintaining that food variety and availability. So even with our mid-ring here, our market ring that we decided to go with early on, to give us even more space to put our granaries and storehouses, we still didn't quite have enough. I'm sure I could have had a more efficient use of space for the level, not the level 4, but I'm thinking about upgrades, aren't I? We could have made a more efficient use of space for the granaries and storehouses, but I didn't. And that's that. Oh, we're just one away from the... Oh, there we are! The Large Town. We've done it! Oh, look how gorgeous this is. Oh, hello, lad. So you're walking past some of our level 3 burgage plots. Oh, that is a pretty view. But our work is not done. Victory, though. 7,337 days passed. Over 1,600 constructions finished. 1,168 endgame population. We killed 651 enemies, which is interesting given we were playing on peaceful. I guess the game spawned them in and killed them instantly. And 782 people died. I'm assuming that's of old age. Wonderful. We're going to continue playing because we ain't done yet. Oh no. Once we get a few more families, I think it's time to build ourselves our manor and upgrade it to castle and epic levels of epicness. Yes, quite. Right, that's enough of that. I think we are done buying in resources. There's no point in continuing to... Why am I importing clothes? That would explain why we're not selling any clothes. How long has that been like that? Don't tell me it's been like that since we first did it. We're not going to import carp. It's very expensive. And we're not going to we're not going to import those things. We'll just have whatever we can make domestically, and that'll have to see us through. To that end, we don't need to have all of our taverns open any longer. I think we're done upgrading pretty much. We can always leave one of them. We'll leave that one there open. And we'll close all of the others. And that will of course free up a workforce from ye taverns. It'll also mean that we do get to upgrade, if we want to, those plots still near the only remaining tavern, because that tavern will have a much greater concentration, hopefully, of ale available to it. So we'll get a few more level 4 upgrades in there. While we can go to level 3. Okay, I think that's probably enough. We've got enough space for like another entire town to move in. So we've got 21 people who can help with construction. So I think it's probably time that we design the keep. So we have a ridiculous amount of stone. Not that much timber, but I don't suppose we need that much. Where have all these trees come from? I think some of our foresters have been getting carried away. Let's just clear those out of the way with some ad hoc pasturing. Like so. And we'll do the same on this side as well. Good stuff. Right. Open the castle planner. Well, first things first, I'm a realist. And as a realist, I ought to have the best freaking manor available. So let's upgrade that. Looks lovely. And then we need to think about some walls and gates. So let's start with the outer wall. And let's build an entry gate at each of the 4 points here. Like so. 4 gates to allow access to the central keep. That looks pretty good. And then all we're going to do is follow this. Follow the road. All the way around. And do that on all 4 sides. Keeping a bit of a distance to the road. I don't want it to be right on the road. Got to do this 4 times, and then what we'll do is we'll get to upgrading, because we don't have the lumber to be doing this. I don't think we need much timber itself to do the building once we've upgraded it to the stone level. It's mostly planks, which I thought we had lots of, but actually we've spent lots recently, so we're not going to be able to commit to this straight away. But anyway, we get an idea of what we want to do. And that really accentuates just how much of a circle this isn't, doesn't it? Unfortunately. But I think it looks good. I mean, from above, it's a little bit off. I guess maybe we could bring this out a little further down here. And that might go some way to hiding the fact it's not a perfect circle. And then maybe as we come around to this side, we could almost bring this back a little bit. Do that on both sides. A little something like that. Okay, how's that look? Gosh, I can zoom out a long way in this mode, can't I? Ha! I'm in the clouds! How's that? Yeah, that might be a little better. It's not going to matter looking from this view, is it? Realistically. And, okay. And then we need to upgrade these. And we want to have a palisade. And unlike our last playthrough, we're going to make sure it's on the right side. And we want you to have that as well. So upgrade both of those. Same with you. Correct way round. La-di-da, la-di-da-da. If any of these are the right way round to start with. It's hard to tell, isn't it? Okay. I mean, the castle plan is certainly far improved from the way it used to be, but still. Yes, we don't need much timber, but we are definitely short on planks for this plan. And let's fix these points here. So what you do is you take that point there, re-snap it, and then press the join button. And what that does is it melds the point together where it joins. I don't know why it doesn't do that automatically, or the first time you put it together, but it's something I've noticed that if you reconnect them like that, so drag it off, drag it back on, and it'll let you meld it together. Now you don't end up with that horrible little gap like you have here between the walkways. So off, on, merge, off, on, merge, and do the same over here if you wouldn't mind. Bearing with typical. Oh no, good heavens, what's happened? Something's broken. Typical was giving lessons and now it's all gone wrong. Come on. You've got very laggy, which terrifies me. Come on. Meld. Come on. Do it. Not having it, is it? Might have to delete this. Delete this and try again. But you probably can't tell. It's not. I mean, it would be nice to have it perfect because the other ones are. I don't have the delete option either. Gosh, standard 133, epic 16,000. Okay, we're just going to merge them like that. That's fine. That's fine, I guess. I mean, we've managed to do all of the others. It's just that one that's not playing ball. And it does look lovely. So then I'm actually going to take the walls and gates. Oh, do we have some outer towers? How easy are these to add in? Can we just add in... I don't want to make it too... I don't want to put too many in because they do break things. You can see it as it is already. But let's put them in and upgrade them. And we'll have them at the center of each of the arcs. See, that one doesn't like where it is. Let's get rid of that wall, which apparently was everywhere. Let's upgrade these towers. Okay. And then we're going to have to redraw this gate here, and this gate here, and that one over there. Okay, and then we'll upgrade those. And then we'll draw the walls in between. How's that sound? Wall. Draw, 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 draw. Like so. Move that out there a little bit. Upgrade that, make sure it's on the right side. Join this together if it will let us. It will. And then come from this side. Follow the road. It's not yellow brick, but that doesn't matter. Upgrade. Yeah, that one's the right side straight away. Snap and join. This will be easy one day, I'm sure. In the meantime, it's a little bit annoying. But the end results are quite satisfactory. Okay, that one just joined fine from the get-go. And then across here. Drag that out so we've got the right curve. Upgrade. It's on the right side. Resnap there. And meld. Is this the last one? So. I think so, at any rate. Might not be though. Who knows? Time will tell and all that. And push that out slightly. And then, of course, upgrade. You find out the tower. Meld and snap? Question mark. Smiley face. Okay. That looks good. We'll just go around and check for any glitches and misalignments. Okay, that's better. That's fine. That's good. That's fine. Blended. And then I do, in fact, want to do an inner keep. And we'll do that around the central point we've got going on here. Just move this from... Let's delete that and start that one again. Come back a little bit further so it matches the others. And just a straight click like that, just off that corner. And hopefully we can get a fairly nice match to this shape. How's that? Yeah. I think that's pretty good. Maybe this one needs to come in a little bit, perhaps. Not that that's going to be easy to achieve. Okay, that's good enough. So then let's upgrade all of this. And we need to upgrade these as well. The cost on this is not going to be small. I've not done a twin-walled castle before. This is the first one. Ooh, you're the wrong way around. Oh, good grief, what happened to you? No, you were the right way around. My bad. Alrighty. Bit of a kink on the wall here. See if we can't smooth that out a little bit. Do that here as well. And here. Oh no! Didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. Now, if I know this game, this isn't going to snap now. So let's just overlay it. Overlap it. Slightly. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh! That gave me a heart attack. I thought the game had crashed for sure. Okay, you know what? That's good enough. It pretty much follows the road. And gives us our inner keep. Kind of want to put some outer towers on it. Gonna be honest. It's gonna break it again, isn't it? Doing that at each point. Oh well, if you're gonna do a job, do it properly. Let's upgrade each of these. Maybe we can use them as points to drag the thing round to the right place. So we want these to sit on the corners, looking out, like that. Tell you what, let's try that again. What I think we might do is place the towers, get them where we want them, and once the towers are where we want them, we can just draw some straight lines between them. And that might give us the neatest result that we can hope to get. They're just in completely the wrong places at the moment. Okay, how's that? Pretty good. So then, let's do the gates. A little something like that on each point. Okay. And then join these going round. All the way. And then upgrade everything. We're going to have to rejoin them where they haven't melded properly. Tis what it is, I suppose. Again, like a group upgrade button would be... It would be friendly, wouldn't it? A nice friendly game feature. Looks like these are all the way around though. I guess drawing from right to left is the way to go. And then meld anything that isn't playing nicely. Which is one there. One here. One here. Oh, and one there. Right, how's that? Good enough. The hill makes it look a bit odd, but that's fine. Let's close the castle planner. And I guess we need to build up some resources, don't we? What do we need? We need 405 planks and 39 logs. Right, well, let's let industry. Alrighty, it's finally time to embark on the construction of our manor. Commit! Positive news, we didn't get an insta-crash. Okay, so I suspect this is going to take a very long time. So, however many in-game years pass, enjoy the time-lapse. The manor has completed construction. A considerable amount of time has passed, but oh my goodness, was it worth it. Look at that. I mean, I liked the Rundhof before. I liked the settlement before, but... never mind the church there. But just look at that. Just look at it. Oh, and the towers look fantastic on the map. Well, chaps, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Rundhof. This is one seriously beautiful settlement. It's home to a final population of 1,439 people. It's got a twin skin castle. We have the inner walls here protecting the manor itself, and then we have the outer wall leading onto the city proper, with its own church no less. And I'm certainly looking forward to the day when we can build things inside of the manors as well. Oh, look at the lightning coming down there. This would certainly be a formidable fortification to take on. And those towers around the outside walls as well ensure that it really does stand up above the city. And I think this really is a city in every sense of the word, not just a town. Indeed, we have managed to reach the large town settlement level here. But what place could call itself a town when it has a castle such as this? That's it for today, folks. If you like these Tents of Town videos, then let me know by dropping a like and a comment. And for the first time, I'm starting to believe we might actually make that 1,000 subscribers. So if you're new or haven't subscribed, it would mean so much to me if you could be a part of making that a reality. If you want to directly support me, then consider becoming a channel member and be the reason I keep creating. If you're still in the mood to chill, then join me for another video. But for now, cheerio.